Heffel is thrilled to once again present works from Canada's most important artists at auction this spring. We're exceptionally proud to showcase the world-class art of Canada from west coast to east and all the way north.
Let's begin in the Arctic with Doris McCarthy's Iceberg Fantasy No. 32. Her Iceberg Fantasias are some of her most known and collected works, and this is a major example from the series. Complete with her trademark visual transparencies, it's a crystalline depiction of North expressed as only McCarthy knew how. Heading all the way east, we have one of the most iconic images in all of Canadian art, David Blackwood's Fire Down on the Labrador. This elemental depiction of tragedy at sea is widely regarded as his masterpiece. David Blackwood Home, his first major exhibition at the Art Gallery of Ontario since 2011's Black Ice, will open later this year, proudly supported by the Heffel Foundation.
From Blackwood's East Coast contemporary Chris Pratt, we have Private School, a striking major work that is emblematic of the artist's precision and attention to detail. It's a wonderful example of how evocative and meticulous his compositions could be, with unreal symmetry and an ambiguous sense of place that still feel grounded in an expression of reality. It's rendered with a characteristically moody treatment of light and color, all of which make this a classic example of Pratt's work. Moving to the west coast, we have two beautiful canvases by Taka Tanabe, Kungit and A Grey Day in the Channel. These capture the coastal landscapes of Haida Gwaii with a subtle delicacy and poetic atmosphere that make Tanabe so treasured.
Traveling east again, we have two of the artists perhaps most synonymous with the Canadian prairies, William Kurelek and Joe Fafard. Three works by Kurelek, Children Dancing in the Manitoba Rain, Halloween Games, and Hauling Hay, depict joyous prairie memories, summer, fall, and winter. Henri, Joe Fafard's depiction of Henri Richard of the Montreal Canadiens, is perhaps the most quintessentially Canadian work in the sale. Moving towards Ontario and Quebec, we find some of the giants of post-war abstraction. Firstly, we have two canvases by Jack Bush, Cello Solo No. 1 and Red Loup Low. Both from his important final period, they show Bush at his musical and sophisticated best, and are evidence as to why he was considered the leading colorist of his time.
With a similarly intense treatment of color, we have two examples of Claude Toussaint's target paintings, the diptych Thylacadmium and the monumental Septimal. Both these works are dazzling explorations of the optical effects of color and light, and are emblematic examples of the work that made the artist so renowned. From a more expressionist vein of abstraction, we have works by Marcela Ferran and Rita Latendre. The markets for both of these artists have been on the rise, and these classic examples, including Ferran's composition, present collectors with exciting opportunities to acquire works from their most desirable periods. Vibrant and dynamic, Paul Emile Bourdois' composition was produced at a crucial time for the artist, in the years just before leaving Quebec after publication of the Refus Global Manifesto.
Turning now to Jean-Paul Riopel, the variety and virtuosity of his body of work is on beautiful display. Anthior and Sans Titre are beautiful examples from the 1960s and 70s, respectively, and two major masterpieces from his key early 1950s period are the crown jewels of the sale.
This is a marquee Riopel. It combines both the mosaics that he was famous for, but the drip. It's a prime period, 1952. The energy of this painting is really dictated by not only the motion and the application process of the paint and pigments, but the color. This painting is atomic. It has so much energy in it, it vibrates. The biggest impact on the Riopel market is the creation of Espace Riopel, and the fact that the Riopel Foundation has bequested over 60 major works to hang in perpetuity in the museum. The value of this collection is in excess of $100 million, and that's a tremendous amount of Riopel's production to move from the private domain to the public domain for perpetuity. The takeaway from this is there won't be the marquee Riopels coming to market at the volume that we've seen historically, and it's going to be difficult for the collector of tomorrow to be able to compete and acquire a major Riopel canvas.
Heffel continues two very important relationships this season: the Barbeau-Owen Foundation and the collection of Dr. Luigi Rossi. From the Barbeau-Owen Foundation, we have four remarkable works by E.J. Hughes, one of BC's most beloved artists. These four works showcase Hughes' incredible draftsmanship and rich use of color, and pay special tribute to the remarkable relationship between a reclusive painter and his dedicated patron, Jacques Barbeau. Indian Life is an extremely important preparatory work for a high-profile mural project that Hughes was commissioned to work on It was displayed in the BC Pavilion at the Golden Gate International Exposition in San Francisco. The mural has since mysteriously disappeared, so we are extremely lucky to have this piece in our sale. From the esteemed collection of Dr. Luigi Rossi, Heffel continues to offer significant and color-saturated examples from artists who are at the forefront of his focus. Dr. Rossi's focus from the outset was collecting indigenous artists working in Western Canada, which includes works by Alex Janvier and Daphne Ojig. As Rossi's interests continued to broaden, his collection included works by Jack Shadbolt, Gershon Iskowitz, Ted Harrison, and Rita Latondra. Dr. Rossi's collection was museum quality and driven by a discerning eye. Among his most impressive holdings was his unparalleled collection of Alex Janvier works, the finest of any private collection or arguably public institution. Even among the non-Indigenous artists in Dr. Rossi's collection, there is a consistent theme: imagery rooted in Indigenous culture and expression. Jack Shadbolt's Grieving Spirit is an incredible example of this. Shadbolt was deeply influenced by the spiritual connection Indigenous artists held with the objects they created. His Mask series played an important part in his artistic career.
We're thrilled to share these works with you and look forward to the sale on May 22nd. One of the primary ways a country expresses its identity is through its art. And this season, Heffel is extremely proud to offer important and immense expressions of the Canadian identity, from its very beginnings to its defining moments. Beginning with Cornelius Krieghoff, we have our earliest depictions of Canada. In the Tollgate, once owned by Kenneth Thompson, one of Canada's most esteemed collectors, we have a boisterous scene full of historical detail.
During the 19th century, art movements were exported from Europe across the globe as artists everywhere would gravitate towards the centers of London and Paris. Montreal-born Helen McNichol studied in France and England, and we can clearly see the influence of Impressionism in her work in the bucolic scenes dappled with sunlight.
In Happy Moments, we have Helen McNichol at her Impressionist best, with children lounging and playing in full, rich sunlight.
During the time that James Wilson Maurice lived in Europe, the continent had moved into post-Impressionism, and we can clearly see that influence being traced through his work over the years. In 1905, he participated in the now infamous Salon d'Automne, the Fauvist Salon, and he eventually met Matisse, the most famous Fauvist, and he ended up going on sketching trips with him.
We have 3 exquisite and intimate works from his time in Brittany, including La Foire à Carconeau, circa 1910. Additionally, we have the evocative A Bathing Cove Trinidad from his important final period, showcasing his wandering pencil lines. Maurice was an important influence on many Canadian artists, but this is especially true of Clarence Gagnon. His influence can be felt in the exquisite study Paris, circa 1908. It features Gagnon's first wife, Catherine Irwin, posed in a kimono, and carries in it the major pre-World War I influence of Japanese culture that was sweeping Europe.
Gagnon's panel, Les Éboulements Ice Harvest, is an en plein air study for a larger canvas, and subject-wise is a classic example of Quebec Impressionism. Perhaps his equal at painting light and snow, it was Suzer Côté, and this canvas, fresh to the market from an important Montreal collection, Rivière au Dégel, is a masterpiece. Rendered in gorgeous teals and purples, this canvas was included in his largest ever touring retrospective and is, again, a classic example of Quebec Impressionism.
Another bridge between Europe and Canada that can be found are the breakthroughs experienced in Brittany by Emily Carr. Cottage St. Ephrem and the beautiful Woman Knitting Repose No. 3 are absolutely key examples from this moment. They speak directly to the transformative changes in color choice that she underwent in this important time.
Certainly, Carr's exposure to post-impressionism radically altered her color palette and enabled her to paint what she felt about BC's landscape. Later in 1927, when she met the Group of Seven and Lauren Harris, she was given the confidence to go even further, and it culminated in a lyrical and forceful encounter with British Columbia's landscape. The late 1920s and 30s, now considered Emily Carr's celebrated late classic period, are among the towering achievements of expressionistic painting in the 20th century. We have 4 examples from this period, which we're proud to share in our auction, including the rare and beautiful canvas Shoreline.
Carr's Ontario contemporaries feature heavily in the sale, with works from some of Canada's most beloved artists. Beginning with Yvonne Hauser's double-sided canvas, Miners, Shacks, Cobalt, Mullins, we have one of the most important examples of Hauser's work to ever be offered at auction. Boasting an incredible exhibition history, this work was featured in not 1, but 2 recent exhibitions at the McMichael, 2021's Uninvited and 2023's Cobalt.
Leading our group of 7 works are 4 lovely sketches by Lauren Harris, including 2 pre-1920 Algoma sketches full of color and joy, and a 1923 Lake Superior sketch, and a 1924 sketch of Athabasca Valley, Jasper Park, both of these featuring the iconic Canadian lone tree motif.
We are also excited to have exceptional examples from A.J. Casson, including Holiday Island and Midwinter Day. Both from his key mid-career period, they show Casson at his most inventive. The earlier example of Lighthouse at Bronte, 1927, and the later canvas October Morning, Redmond Bay, showed the consistently high quality Casson had throughout his career.
A.Y. Jackson's Barn in Winter and Street in Quebec are 2 prime period, early Jackson sketches of his beloved treatment of rural Quebec. Alongside his sketch of Lake Athabasca, lovingly detailed with figures and homes, are 2 canvases, April in the Laurentians and Moon Bay, which show off his confident, honed style. Our centerpiece among the Jackson works is his 1927 canvas, Night on the Skeena River, a canvas which Jackson himself described as among the best canvases he'd ever painted. The work comes from the important trip that he took along with Marius Barbeau and Edwin Holgate in 1926 up the Skeena River Valley in northern BC. This canvas was exhibited in the foundational 1927 exhibition at the National Gallery, West Coast Art, Native and Modern.
As noted by many art historians and even the artists themselves, a guiding and unifying influence on the group of 7 was Tom Thompson. His impact on painting in Canada is essential, and we're thrilled to have 3 important oil sketches from his poetic final period. Each one depicts his most important subject, Algonquin Park. With Canoe Lake Algonquin Park, Dawn on Round Lake, and Autumn Algonquin Park, our sale features 3 distinct and stunning examples from Thompson's towering final period. Together, they showcase the modernity and resonance that has led Thompson to become one of Canada's most beloved and iconic artists.
Last but certainly not least, in addition to the trio of works by Thompson, are 3 canvases that come from the University Club of Toronto. A watershed moment in the history of Heffel. These group period canvases represent a generational opportunity. Lauren Harris's Northern Lake, Franklin Carmichael's Leaf Patterns, Arthur Lismer's McGregor Bay Islands. Each of these canvases boast incredible exhibition histories, sterling provenance, and are among the finest group period canvases to ever appear at auction.
We're extremely proud of each and every work in the sale, and we look forward to offering them on May 22nd.
Heffel is honored to bring 3 extraordinary masterworks to auction for the first time. It's from the University Club of Toronto, Lauren Harris, Northern Lake, Franklin Carmichael's Leaf Pattern, and Arthur Lismer's McGregor Bay Islands. One of the most prestigious private clubs in Canada, the University Club of Toronto, has housed these paintings in their collection for many decades. The club has been a distinguished institution in Canada, fostering cultural and artistic engagement. The neoclassical building on University Avenue is absolutely stunning. Joining us today is Ian Thom. Ian Thom is a very well-known Canadian art historian, curator.
Thank you, Robert. Well, you're extraordinarily lucky to see these three paintings because each in their own way is, in fact, a masterpiece. I can remember going to see them in the University Club in Toronto and thinking, these are extraordinary pictures. I mean, these are pictures that you don't come across very easily. I mean, they all have amazing exhibition histories. There's a reason for that, because not only did they belong to people that were interested in exhibiting them, but also the artists were interested in having those pictures shown to wider audiences.
It's a monumental moment. I go back and I keep thinking about that this won the gold medal in Sesqui Exhibition 26. But in that show were other famous international artists, famous Canadian painters. Thompson's West Wind was in that exhibition. Yes. And they picked the Harris.
Well, I mean, the Wembley exhibition was, of course, critical. The recognition of the group in any way internationally. And that's really what allowed them to become well-known in Canada. I mean, Canada's very famous for having people, become successful far away, and then you think, oh no, maybe this artist is worthwhile.
It's like the reviews were better internationally than they were.
Absolutely, absolutely. Because of course, when they showed internationally, they were showing the people in London things that they had never seen before.
And of course, Joan Murray calls this Carmichael's masterpiece.
And it really is an extraordinary picture. I mean, the fact that he's on the verge of abstraction in this painting is really remarkable. I mean, one of the fascinating things to me is just taking the example of the trunks of the trees. You notice how not a single one of the trunks of these trees is the same color all the way through? Yeah. He varies the color, and I mean, he does this for a reason to allow your eye to sort of see things in a different way. The other thing, of course, is he's very, very direct in defining essentially no ground for you to stand upon. You have to sort of throw yourself completely into the painting. And there's only one little area of escape in the background, so your whole attention comes to this extraordinary range of different colored leaves and the tree trunks. And this degree of definition in the tree trunks allows him to portray the leaves without specific definition. I mean, it gives you something for your mind to sort of hang its attention on, and then you read these as leaves in the fall. This Harris is a remarkable painting because, of course, there's this extraordinary contrast between the brilliance of the sky and the darkness of the hills and the tree landscape, and the wonderful sense of reflections of trees reflecting in the lake, which allows you to sort of move into the composition. It's an extraordinary picture.
There's so many interesting things we could talk about, but another thing about the Lauren Harris canvas, and all three have early frames, but the Harris canvas is in the original Boughton frame.
Yes, exactly.
And the frames, it's part of its history.
You essentially have a little bit more of an introductory element in terms of the rocks in the foreground. Unlike the Carmichael, where you're sort of basically forced right into the landscape, is something that's really quite striking. But the other thing that's fascinating to me is look at the wonderful sort of surface that these beaches form, and the way they sort of interlock with each other, and of course the reflection of the trees in the lake. It's a painting that requires you to spend some time with it.
Yeah.
But when you do, you're richly rewarded.
You know, the club was a great custodian of the paintings, and they did lend them to lots of museum exhibitions, and Lauren Harris was a member of the club. They have a very good collection of Group 7.
Seeing this Lemieux shows just what a subtle and remarkably gifted man he was. I mean, look at the variety of ways, for example, he depicts trees in this composition. You have very bent over trees in the foreground. There's one evergreen which is struggling against the wind in the landscape, and then a little rock in there, and then there's the trees on the far shore. But the other thing that, of course, is remarkable here is the way he convincingly suggests to you that the sun is flooding across all of the landscape by picking up brighter elements on the surface of this rock there, and there. And then, of course, there's the brilliance of the sky in the background. I mean, it's a painting that the more you look at it, the more you see. And that's something that marks a great picture. You never get tired of looking at it. I think that these paintings were, for many years, in the University Club of Toronto. And I'm sure there were many of the members who looked at them again and again and again and saw different things each time. That is the mark of an artist who's truly inspired by his subject matter and is able to convey that, completely within the finished paintings. I mean, there's no museum in this country that wouldn't be happy to have.
These are truly, that word can be overused sometimes. These are truly museum quality paintings, and they would hang in a very proud location in any museum in the country. And quite frankly, they could hang internationally.
Each one of these paintings is in its own way a masterpiece for the artist. And the artists submitted those paintings on a regular basis to exhibitions because they knew they were good pictures.
Yeah, yes.
The more you look at each one of these paintings, the more they reward you.
Heffel is thrilled to once again present works from Canada's most important artists at auction this spring. We're exceptionally proud to showcase the world-class art of Canada from west coast to east and all the way north.
Let's begin in the Arctic with Doris McCarthy's Iceberg Fantasy number 32. Her Iceberg Fantasias are some of her most known and collected works, and this is a major example from the series. Complete with her trademark visual transparencies, it's a crystalline depiction of North expressed as only McCarthy knew how. Heading all the way east, we have one of the most iconic images in all of Canadian art, David Blackwood's Fire Down on the Labrador. This elemental depiction of tragedy at sea is widely regarded as his masterpiece. David Blackwood Home, his first major exhibition at the Art Gallery of Ontario since 2011's Black Ice, will open later this year, proudly supported by the Heffel Foundation.
From Blackwood's East Coast contemporary Chris Pratt, we have Private School, a striking major work that is emblematic of the artist's precision and attention to detail. It's a wonderful example of how evocative and meticulous his compositions could be, with unreal symmetry and an ambiguous sense of place that still feel grounded in an expression of reality. It's rendered with a characteristically moody treatment of light and color, all of which make this a classic example of Pratt's work. Moving to the west coast, we have two beautiful canvases by Taka Tanabe, Kungit and A Grey Day in the Channel. These capture the coastal landscapes of Haida Gwaii with a subtle delicacy and poetic atmosphere that make Tanabe so treasured.
Traveling east again, we have two of the artists perhaps most synonymous with the Canadian prairies, William Kerlek and Joe Fafard. Three works by Kerlek, Children Dancing in the Manitoba Rain, Halloween Games, and Hauling Hay, depict joyous prairie memories, summer, fall, and winter. Henri, Joe Fafard's depiction of Henri Richard of the Montreal Canadiens, is perhaps the most quintessentially Canadian work in the sale. Moving towards Ontario and Quebec, we find some of the giants of post-war abstraction. Firstly, we have two canvases by Jack Bush, Cello Solo No. 1 and Red Loup Low. Both from his important final period, they show Bush at his musical and sophisticated best, and are evidence as to why he was considered the leading colorist of his time.
With a similarly intense treatment of color, we have two examples of Claude Toussaint's target paintings, the diptych Thylacadmium and the monumental Septimal. Both these works are dazzling explorations of the optical effects of color and light, and are emblematic examples of the work that made the artist so renowned. From a more expressionist vein of abstraction, we have works by Marcella Ferran and Rita Latendre. The markets for both of these artists have been on the rise, and these classic examples, including Ferran's composition, present collectors with exciting opportunities to acquire works from their most desirable periods. Vibrant and dynamic, Paul Lemieux Bourdois' composition was produced at a crucial time for the artist, in the years just before leaving Quebec after publication of the Refus Global Manifesto.
Turning now to Jean-Paul Riopel, the variety and virtuosity of his body of work is on beautiful display. Anthior and Sans Titre are beautiful examples from the 1960s and 70s, respectively, and two major masterpieces from his key early 1950s period are the crown jewels of the sale.
This is a marquee Riopel. It combines both the mosaics that he was famous for, but the drip. It's a prime period, 1952. The energy of this painting is really dictated by not only the motion and the application process of the paint and pigments, but the color. This painting is atomic. It has so much energy in it, it vibrates. The biggest impact on the Riopel market is the creation of Espace Riopel, and the fact that the Riopel Foundation has bequested over 60 major works to hang in perpetuity in the museum. The value of this collection is in excess of $100 million, and that's a tremendous amount of Riopel's production to move from the private domain to the public domain for perpetuity. The takeaway from this is there won't be the marquee Riopel's coming to market at the volume that we've seen historically. And it's going to be difficult for the collector of tomorrow to be able to compete and acquire a major Riopel canvas.
Heffel continues two very important relationships this season: the Barbeau-Owen Foundation and the collection of Dr. Luigi Rossi. From the Barbeau-Owen Foundation, we have 4 remarkable works by E.J. Hughes, one of BC's most beloved artists. These 4 works showcase Hughes' incredible draftsmanship and rich use of color, and pay special tribute to the remarkable relationship between a reclusive painter and his dedicated patron, Jacques Barbeau. Indian Life is an extremely important preparatory work for a high-profile mural project that Hughes was commissioned to work on. It was displayed in the BC Pavilion at the Golden Gate International Exposition in San Francisco. The mural has since mysteriously disappeared, so we are extremely lucky to have this piece in our sale. From the esteemed collection of Dr. Luigi Rossi, Heffel continues to offer significant and color-saturated examples from artists who are at the forefront of his focus. Dr. Rossi's focus from the outset was collecting indigenous artists working in Western Canada, which includes works by Alex Janvier and Daphne Ojig. As Rossi's interests continued to broaden, his collection included works by Jack Shadbolt, Gershon Iskowitz, Ted Harrison, and Rita Latondra. Dr. Rossi's collection was museum quality and driven by a discerning eye. Among his most impressive holdings was his unparalleled collection of Alex Janvier works, the finest of any private collection or arguably public institution. Even among the non-Indigenous artists in Dr. Rossi's collection, there is a consistent theme: imagery rooted in Indigenous culture and expression. Jack Shadbolt's Grieving Spirit is an incredible example of this. Shadbolt was deeply influenced by the spiritual connection Indigenous artists held with the objects they created. His Mask series played an important part in his artistic career.
We're thrilled to share these works with you and look forward to the sale on May 22nd.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. In the digital sale room at Heffel.com, get all loosened up and bid on lots of great art.
Ooh, I like that style, Mr. Gibbs. 300.
1, 2, 1, 3, back with me.
Bid with courage.
That's the spirit.
Bid with passion. 1,250,000. 1,000,003.
Selling now at Heffel.
Sold.
That's a new world record.
9,500,000.
Now that is a fine painting, fine price. That deserves clapping.
How's that? There we go. Well, before we get into the business intro, I'd just like to say it was inspiring to watch those videos. Myself, I'm very proud of our entire Heffel team. Let's do it a little louder, please. And, you know, we've worked hard coast to coast, from Vancouver to Calgary to Montreal to Toronto. And this is a watershed sale for Heffel, and we're very not only proud of our team, but we're honored to be entrusted with these works from our consigners. And we thank you, the bidders, for being here tonight. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is David Heffel, and on behalf of the Heffel team, we wish you all a very warm welcome to today's auction of post-war and contemporary art. Today's sales at Heffel will be featuring fabulous opportunities to acquire works from the Barbeau-Owen Foundation collection. Many of the works are viewed here to my right. From the estate of Dr. Luigi Rossi, BC. Both these individuals were good clients and friends of Heffel. A corporate collection from Calgary, an important collection from London, England. The family of Ruth Mary Elliott from Ontario. The family of Dr. Elizabeth Margaret Forbes from Toronto. The family of Henry and Lucille Hauser of Ontario. and the infamous collection from the gentleman by the name of Torben V. Christensen from Vancouver, the family of William Waite, Montreal, and we're very lucky with 3 incredibly special works from the University Club of Toronto, thanks to Robert's hard work and other important private and corporate works. It's been a real pleasure to share all these magnificent works on offer this afternoon and this evening to passionate collectors from around the world. We enjoyed seeing many of you at our previews in Calgary, Vancouver, Montreal, and Toronto. We've been on tour for 4 hard weeks and saw a lot of smiles, everyone coming in. These paintings lit up people's faces, and thank you all for joining us at our previews, personally and virtually, and for being here tonight. Wherever you are tuning in from, and to those collectors and consigners present tonight, Heffel thanks you all for joining us for this very special Heffel auction. In our sale this afternoon and this evening, you'll notice very strong absentee bids, telephone bids, and dynamic bidding online through the Heffel proprietary digital sale room. Our team across the country continues to develop and utilize cutting-edge technology to bring collectors and consigners into our physical sale room that is connected dynamically through our Heffel digital sale room. You'll notice a bit of chatter from our gondola up there. That's a tech team of 5 or more people, and they're making you all look great on TV, on the stream. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, we strongly recommend bidding promptly and with confidence. Online bidders should note that pending bids are subject to competing bids and confirmation by the auctioneer. Pending online bids during the last call, which will be posted on your screen, may not be received in time, so please ensure you get your online bids submitted early and quickly. Last-minute sunset bids just may be too late, and the sun may already have set. So bid early and win. And that goes in the ballroom as well. Our sale is conducted according to our terms and conditions of business as published on Heffel.com and is as in your auction catalogs tonight. Please note that the buyer's premium is calculated on top of the hammer's price as published, and the applicable taxes apply on top of the total selling price. For those in today's sale, please utilize, or for those who are successful in today's sale, please utilize our digital tools at Heffel.com for post-auction invoice settlement and shipping logistics as per your successful bidder email. Alternatively, you may contact any of our Heffel offices, and our staff will greet you with a smile and be happy to help. Painting pickup will begin tomorrow by appointment at 12 noon at our Toronto gallery at 13 Hazelton Avenue, and our professional team will be available to assist with all your post-sale logistics. Bidders should also note that purchases must be paid in full as per the terms and conditions of sale. And now let's begin with the auction excitement, beginning with lot number 1. Good luck with all your bidding, bon chance, and elbows high, but at Heffel's we say paddles high. So here we go. Lot number 1, and this is the first of 4 very special E.J. Hughes works from the Barbeau-Owen Foundation. Lot number 1 is viewed on my right, and this is a very special maquette for the famous BC Pavilion murals that were hung at the San Francisco World's Fair in 1939. Very rare, iconic lot, and we got interest on the phone. You're on the phone, Kirby, and here we go. We'll start off at $25,000, at $25,000, at $25,000, $27,500, $30,000. At $30,000, you want to jump in, Kirby, at $30,000, at $30,000. At $30,000, any bids in the digital sale room? At $30,000, are you bidding, Kirby? $32,500, thank you. At $32,500, now with Kirby's telephone bidder, at $32,500, are you bidding in the DS? Are you bidding in the room? It's with Kirby at $32,500, all through. Fair warning at $32,500. Last call for bids. Hammer's going up and selling now to Kirby's lucky bidder at $32,500. Fair warning. Sold. Congratulations, Kirby. $32,500 is the number. that goes to 604. Ladies and gentlemen, lot 2, the E.J. Hughes, the car ferry from Sydney. We got tell interest in this lot, and we're ready back there at the back. Daniel, Thibault, Mary Jo, and here we go. We'll start this lot off at Heffel at 22,500, at 25,000, 27,500 ahead of you now. At 30 in the room, seated in the room on my left at 30,000. At 30,000, good time on the phones to jump in. It's in the room at 30,000. At $30,000, seated in the room at 30. You're bidding, Thibault. It's at 30, 32. Welcome, Daniel, at 32.5. 35 back, seated in the room at 32,005. 35 back in the room at 35,000. At 35,000, seated at 35. 37,500 with Daniel. 40 back in the room. At 40,000 here, near to me in the room at 40,000. At $40,000. At $40,000. You still going, Daniel? At 40,000. Come on, Daniel. Raise that paddle. Make it high. Daniel's out. It's in the room at 40,000. Thibault, you'd like to jump in? Selling then at $40,000. Thank you, Clara. Online just in time. At 42.5 online. 45 now back in the room. At 45,000 back in the room at 45,000. At 45,000, and your turn in the Heffel digital. Thank you. 47.5 back online. 50 in the room. At $50,000 in the room at $50,000. At $50,000 in the room at $50,000. At 50,000 in the room at 50, 55 online. 60 back in the room. At $60,000 in the room. Speed it up online at 60 in the room. All right, do you have one more bid left, sir? Or I can see the name, so I know it's a sir, and it could be a madame, but come on. You're bidding in the digital sale room? It's 60 in the room. Hammer's going up. Last call for bids. Thibault, you out? Thibault's out. Out on the phones. It's in the room at 60,000. The gentleman near to me on my left. Last call for bids. Fair warning. And down it goes, selling now at 60,000. Congratulations. 60,466. Lot 3, the third E.J. Hughes, the frolicking, playful, and happy summer beach scene by Hughes. And we got competing order interest in this lot as well. Once again, phone bidding. And let's go through the competing absentee bidders. And we'll start off at 27.5, 30, 32.5, 35, 37.5, 40, 42.5, 45, 47.5, 50, 55, 60 now. At 60 here to the order at 60. Your turn in the rooms or on the phones. The bids to the order at $60,000. At $60,000, are we through bidding at $60,000? Still fair value at $60,000. Selling to the order at 60. Hammers up high. And last call for bids, Sully at Heffel, 60,000. And sold. 60,000. And that goes to paddle number 509. Congratulations on the absentee bidder. Ladies and gentlemen, lot 4, E.J. Hughes, Ladysmith. You on the phone there, Ainsley? Oh, good. Once again, phone interest in this lot, and we'll start this lot off at 50,000, at 50, 55, 60. At 65, 70,000 now. I see you in the digital room, sale room, but it's 70,000 now. At 70, 75 in the room, near to, close to me at 75,000. Up front, on the left, 75, 80, new bidder, welcome. 85 here now, at 85, 90. 90 in the room, 95. 95, he's out in the room, thank you. It's 95 with Mary Jo at $95,000. Looking for bids in the digital sale room. It's 95 on the phones with Mary Jo. Welcome, Ainsley. 100,000, nice number at 100,000 with Ainsley. 110 with Mary Jo at 110,000, 120. New bidder with Daniel at $120,000 at 130 with Mary Jo now. At 130, 140 back with Ainsley at $140,000. At 140 with Ainsley, 150. Well done, Mary Jo at 150,000. Fine value for a Hughes canvas, Ladysmith. Thank you. 160 now at 160 with Ainsley. at $160,000. Ainsley's bidder, 160, 170 with Mary Jo. At 170 with Mary Jo, 180. At 180 with Ainsley now. 190 back with Mary Jo. It's like ping pong here. At 190,000, 200. At 200,000, Ainsley's bidder at 200,000, 210. Mary Jo's bidder at 210,000. At $210,000. Mary Jo's bidder, 210. Want to jump in the room? It's 210 with Mary Jo. Ainsley's talking. You're out, Ains? Selling now at 210,000. Mary Jo's telephone bidder. Last call for bids. And sold at Heffel 210. Congratulations, Mary Jo. And that is 619. Excellent bidding. Congratulate him for me, Mary Jo. And Ainsley, thank the underbidder on that. Lot number 5, the Joe Fafard, Henri, the Fafard bronze of the legendary and Montreal Canadiens. Henri Richard, number 16, named the Pocket Rocket. And Heffel, Montreal was honored to have a visit during our preview by Henri Richard's son, Dennis. He was unaware that Fafard had done a sculpture on his father, and you know what? He looked a splitting image of his dad. And here we go with all that in mind. Once again, order interest in this lot, as well as tell. You're ready, Marie-Helen? And let's get started at Heffel with this lot at $25,000, $27,500. Competing online bids here, or absentee bids here. 30 to the online, or correction, 30 to the absentee. 32.5 now to the Trump absentee bidder at 32,000. 35 on, nope, we're ahead of you. It's 32.5 to the order. You're welcome to come back online. It's 32.5 to the order. For Marie-Helen, you're welcome to jump in. Let's do the order at 32.5, and I can sell at 32,500. Are we all through? Hammer's going up. You coming back online? Oh, we got more phones jumping in. Okay, thanks, Christian. 35,000 with Christian. Welcome, Christian, at 35,000. 37,005, back to the order now at 37,500. Back to the order at 37,500. 40,000 with Christian. 42,500, back to the absentee bidder at 42,500. At 42, 45, 47 now. Don't give up. It's 47.5, back to the order at 47,000. 50, 55 here, back here with me at 55,000. At 55,000, notice how efficient the absentee bidders are at bidding. Very quick. 55,000 to the order at 55,000. At 55,000, are you out on the phones? Are you coming back in the digital serum? It's to the order bidder at $55,000. Great value for a celebrity Fafard. Hammers up high. Christian's still thinking. It's 55 here to the order. Shakes her head. Thank him, or thank her for the bids, and we'll sell to the order. The bid's 55,000. Make no mistake, down it goes, selling now, 55,000. To the order. Sold, 55,000 K, and that goes to 515. Yeah, that's not in your book, Patsy. Here we go now, lot number 6, the Jean-Paul Lemieux, the gem, classical, prime period Lemieux. And here we go. We got tell interest in this lot. Are you ready on the phones? We'll start this lot off at 32,500, at 32.5, 35,000, 37,500. Bidding at $37,500. At $37,500. Sorry, Anthony, just on the phones first at 40,000, just behind you, madame. 42 near to me. At 42 in the room at 42. Your turn, Anthony, on the phones. It's in the room at 42.5. At 42.5 in the rooms. At 42.5, are you bidding on the 5? 45 back with the phones. Anthony's bidder at 45. Your turn, seated in the room. It's 45,000 with Anthony at 45,000, 47,500, well bid at 47,500. Seated in the room at 47,500. At 47,500, lots of room for other people to jump in. It's at 47,500. Anthony's out. Hammer's going up. I think we're all done at 47,500. Last call in this digital sale room and selling in the room at $47,500. Down it goes. Sold 47.5. Well done, Madame. 405. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you, Anthony. Lot 7, the David Blackwood, the iconic Blackwood masterpiece, one of the most famous prints in Canadian art history. And we're proud to have this print in our catalog this afternoon. Once again, tell interest in this lot, and let's get started here at Heffel's. We'll start off at 47,500, 50,000, 52.5 now. Sorry, 47.50, 55,000 bid now at 55,000. 50. I'm at 55. You're bidding 60 now. Sorry, Clara. It's 60,000 with April at $60,000. April's telephone 65 in the room. Welcome in the room at 65. 65 in the room at 65. 70,000 here now at 70,000. At 70, your turn in the room. 70, 75. In the room seated at 75. Middle of the room at 75,000. At 75,000. 75 in the room at 75. 80. At 80,000 on the phones. April, 85 back in the room. At 85,000 back in the room. At $85,000. Still fine value for a Blackwood of this 90. 90 here on the phones at 90,000. 95. Thank you. Well bid in the room. Seated in the middle of the room at 95,000. Very fine value even at this level at 95,000 in the room. Is that our gentleman from Vancouver? Tell him I say he should bid one more. It's 95 in the room. Hammer's going up. 100. Nice round number at 100. Thank you, madame. Well bid. 100 here on the phones. You've come back? Okay, great. Welcome back. 110 in the room. Good choice. It's great print. 110 in the room. He's out on the phones. You won it, madame. Congratulations. 110,252. Sold. Thank you. Lot number 8, the first of 2 taco tanabis tonight, or this afternoon, the poetic, magical, grand format 1980 tanabe. The artist, we're honored at Heffel, Vancouver. He drops by regularly. He inspires us all. He's turning 100 next year. And the Audain Museum is hosting a retrospective centennial show that will tour from Whistler to the National Gallery of Canada in his honor. And here we go now. We have, proud to say, competing order bids on this particular lot and tell interest. So let's go through the competing order bids. One that just came in moments ago. We'll start off at 65,000, 70, 75, 80, 85,000, at 85,000, 90 now to the top Trump order at 90,000 against you all. Thank you, Robert. 95 online. Back to the order at 100,000. At 100,000 now to the order at $100,000. This order came in all the way from Africa at 100,000. 110, 120 now. At 120 here, back to the order at $120,000. Thank you, Patsy. 130, 140 now to the order at $140,000. At $140,000. Absentee bidder at $140,000. Any advance on 140? It's here to the order at 140,000. Your turn's in the room, or your turn on the phones, or your turn in the digital sale room. I'm selling to the order at 140,000 Canadian. Fair warning then, hammer's about to go up. Thank you. 150 online and 160 back to the order at 160,000 to the order bidder. At 160, against you in the room, against you on the phones, and against you online. Are you still bidding in the DS, the HDS? It's 160 against you. Order bid in the books at 160,000. Last call. Hammers coming up now. Fair warning. Selling once, twice, and for the third and final time, hammers going down. Sold 160. Thank you. That's paddle 514 absentee. The gentleman was on a safari from Africa and was lucky to get through on the phones today. He'll be happy. Congratulations. Lot number 9 to Doris McCarthy. This is a fabulous piece, a monumental, bold, translucent iceberg by Doris, and perhaps in my opinion and others, this might be the star painting by the artist. And here we go, once again, order interest, absentee bids, and tell on this lot, and we'll start off to the order at 50, 55, 60, at 60,000 to the order bidder, at 60,000. Against you on the room, against you in the DX, and against you on the phone. Absentee at 60, 65 online, I'll take that, thank you online. Back to the order bid, absentee bidder at 70 now. It's an advance of view, all at 70,000 to the order, at $70,000. You're still bidding online, it's against you, 75. I'll take the online first at 75 now, 80 to the order, at $80,000. In the books at $80,000. 85 with Lindsay, and our order is out. Thank you for the absentee bid. Lindsay's ahead now at 85, 90 online. At $90,000 online, at $90,000. Great value at this price level, 100. Thank you, Lindsay. At 100, back on the phones with Lindsay at $100,000. At 100,000, 110 online. Thank you. At 110 online, your turn, Linz. The current bid's 110, next bid's 120. You out, Linz? Thank you for the bidding. Selling to the online bidder at $110,000. Hammer's going up. Fair warning. Sold 110. Thank you online. Congratulations. That's 1120. That brings us up to lot 10, the second and last Tanabe of tonight's sale. The expansive, subtle, and beautiful Tanabe, and the perfect scale to fit just right in your wall in your home. And here we go. Once again, tell and order interest in this lot. And we'll start this lot off at 55,000. 55,000 bid to the order at 55,000. 60, 65, back to the order at 65. 70, 75. 80, 85. 90, 95. 100. Orders out, and it's 100 seated in the room at $100,000. At $100,000 for this fine tech. Thank you, Clara. 110 online. There, I'm trailing you. At 110 online. He's out in the room. It's 100. Another fresh new bidder online. Welcome. At 120 online. Multiple bids in the digital sale room. Bidding at $120,000 online. At 120. At 120,000, and you can jump in on the phones. Anyone else in the room? You coming back online? It's currently with bidder 1210. Thank you. Another new third online bidder at 130,000 online. At $130,000, they're fighting it out in the digital sale room. 140. Thank you, Robert. At 140 online now. At $140,000 online. You can see if your screen's green, it's yours. If it's red, you better start clicking. It's 140 now in the online digital sale room to paddle 1210 and looking for more bids online. You bidding on the phones? 150 online. Thank you online. Back with the original online bidder at $150,000. at $150,000. You gotta love when you're bidding and it's green. Let's get going. It's $150,000. Fair warning to the digital sale room. Current top bid's $160. Well done. You've come back in at $160,000. Many bidders online. Particularly for this lot, it's $160,000. And we're looking for more bids. Fair warning then. I'm going to lift the hammer up now. Last call for bids. Fair warning. Hammer's going down now. Top bid's $160 and sold $160,000. Congratulations online. And that goes to 1210. Well bid. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to lot 11, the E.J. Hughes. And Kirby's ready. And we have interest in this lot. And here we go. We'll start off at 230, 240. No, I'm ahead of you at 250. I'll take 260 though. Okay. We'll take you at 250, Kirby. Kirby's better at 250, only because you smell so great. At 250 with Kirby, I'll put you ahead of this. At 250,000, Kirby's bidder. Are you bidding in the room, sir? Is that a bid? With the paddle, 259, are you bidding? Okay, sorry. 250 with Kirby's telephone bidder. Fair warning then, hammer's going up. Last chance to jump in from the digital sale room. It's going to be Kirby's painting. Just in time, Daniel's jumped in at 260. At 260 with Daniel, 270 now here. At 270,000 with Kirby's bidder at 270,000. At 270,000. At 270. At 270, Daniel's talking. 280. Welcome back, Daniel, at 280,000. 290. Back with Kirby at $290,000 for a fine 1950s Hughes. Colorful, dramatic, nautical canvas. Kirby's 300. Back with Daniel at $300,000. 325. Here with Kirby at 325. 350. Very competitive. Kirby's out. Looks like Daniel's client's going to win this. Hammer's going up. It's 350 with Daniel's passionate collector, bidding with passion and purpose. Hammer's going up. Last call for bids. And sold, 350. Thank you, your bidder, Kirby, and thank you and congratulate your collector, Daniel. It's pedal 630. Lot 12, the William Kerlick, Children Dancing in the Manitoba Rain. The joyful classic Kerlick oil, and here we go. We'll start this off at 42,500. At 42.5, 45, 47,500, 50 now. 50 already. It's ahead of you at 50. Would you like to bid 55? 55 with April now. At 55,000, April's bidder at 55,000. At 55,000, looking for additional bidding. You're bidding in the digital sale room. It's on the phones with April at $55,000. Are we finished bidding? Any advance? It's yours at 55. Last call for bids. Fair warning. Selling now. And sold. Congratulations. 55,000. And that's the 616. Ladies and gentlemen, lot 13, the William Kerlick hauling hay, the lively, dramatic Kerlick depicting romantic winter life on the farm. And here we go. This will be a good lot for the online digital sale room bidders, and we'll start this lot off at 22,500, at 22,500, 25 now, 2750, at 27,500, at 27,500. You're bidding in the DS, it's at 27,500. Beautiful, fine Kerlick at 27.5. You're bidding on the phones. Alec, Melina, Thibault. It's at 27,500. You jump again in the room at 30. Welcome, sir. Fresh new paddle in the room at $30,000. at 30 against you, all on the phone at $30,000 and selling in the room at 30,000. Last call. Fair warning. And sold. Congratulations. 30 and your paddle, please, sir. The number once again. Thank you. 413. 30,000's the bid. Congratulations. Lot 14, the Janvier, and ladies and gentlemen, this is the first of 7 important lots from the Hallmark Luigi Rossi, Dr. Luigi Rossi collection. And we'll start these 7 lots off with the historic 99 Goes to Hollywood, major canvas by Alex Janvier. And by the way, Robert and I are born in Edmonton, so go Oilers, go. And we'll start this off. We got competing. We got competing order interest in this lot, and we'll start a maiden bid to the order absentee bidder, also placed today from Africa at $35,000. At $35,000, at 35, and I can sell at $35,000 to the order at $35,000, $37,500, 40 now back here with me at 40. Thibault, it's ahead of you, Thibault, to the order at 40,000, at 42.5, 45,000 back here now with me, absentee bidder in the book at $45,000, at 45,000. I'll stick with Thibault first, and that is 47,550 to the order. At 50 to the order. At 50 to the order. Now you can jump in, Melina. 55 with Melina. 60 now to the order. Back to the order at $60,000. At $60,000, 65 with Melina. 70 now to the order. Thibault looks out. It's 70 to the order, and your turn, Melina. It's here in the books. It's $70,000. Melina's out at 70 to the absentee bidder, and fair warning, hammer's going up. Thank you, Robert. That goes 75 online, 80 now to the order at 80,000. Several bids online. You're trailing, you got to catch up. It's 80 against you at $80,000. At 80,000, 85 online, 90 back to the absentee bidder now. Thank you, online. But it's against you now at $90,000. To the order bidder at $90,000 at 90. At $90,000, 95. Several. I took online first, but back to the order at $100,000 to the absentee bidder. You're welcome to bid 110, Melina. It's at $100,000 to the absentee bidder at $100,000. You're still bidding online. It's $100,000 to the order bidder at $100,000. Thank you. 110 online. Multiple bids online. I'll take the top one that was received first. That's paddle 1483. And the order absentee bid is out. Online bidding is ahead. And the lucky paddle is 1483 at 110,000. Any more bids online? You out, Melina? It's 110 to the online bidder. Melina's out. Well, thank you. They're back at 120,000 online. $120,000 online in the digital sale room at Heffel at $120,000. You better hurry up online. Thank you. 130 now at 130,000 online. At $130,000 online. You're welcome to jump in the room or come back on the phones. This bidding is going on in the digital sale room. Hammer's going up. Last call for bids. You got to be quick. Fair warning then. Current bids 130. Paddle number is 1483. Last call. And sold 130,000. Well done. That's 1483. That brings us, thanks, Rob. That brings us to lot 15, the Jack Shadbolt. Grieving Spirit, one of my favorites in the sale. This painting's so powerful, just dominates. You can see it in the back of the sale room now. And it just is a powerful, powerful painting. It's subconscious, imaginative, and very stylized Jack Shadbolt. And here we go. We'll start off at 32,500, at 32,500, 35,000, 37,500. 40,000, 42.5. already now at $42,500. At $42,500. Bidding at $42,500. You on the phone there, Thibault? Let's get you at $42,500. Great value at this. Fair warning. Bidding in the digital sale room. Last call for bids. And down it goes. $42,500. Well, pass that lot. I'm sure it'll be sold tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, lot 16, the Ted Harrison. This is the first of two Harrisons in the sale this afternoon. Once again, tell order interest in this lot. We have competing order bids here. Fortunately, one of them is going to be disappointed, but we thank them for their participation, and we'll start off at $25,000, $27,500. These are competing, strong absentee bidders. 30, 32,500, 35,000, 37,500, 40,000, 42,500, 45,000, 47,500, 50, 55, 60, 65 now. To the lead absentee bidder at $65,000. At $65,000, your turn in the digital sale room. Your turn, 70. Thank you. Welcome, Mary Jo, at 70,000. 75 now back to the order. 75 now back to the order at 75,000. At 70, 80, 85 back to the order at 85,000. At $85,000, at 85,000 to the order at 85,000. 90, 95 back to the order at $95,000. At $95,000. At 95,000. Nice round number next. 100. Thank you, Mary Jo. It's at 100. But back to the order at 110,000. Don't give up yet. You've come a long ways. It's 110 to the order at $110,000 at 110 to the order at 110. You can jump in the digital sale room. Mary Jo's still on the phones. She's out. It's to the order at $110,000. Hammers up high. Last call for bids. Selling now at $110,000. 110. Thank you. And that goes to paddle number 514. Here we go, lot number 17, the Janvier. The second in this afternoon's sale, the energetic biomorphic Janvier canvas on Belgium linen. And let's start this lot at 7,500, at 7,500, 8,500. 9,500, 10 in the room seated at 10,000, at $10,000, at $10,000 against you in the digital sale room. Bid seated in the room at $10,000. Hammer's going up. Thank you, Clara. 11 online, 12 back in the room now. 12,000 back in the room at 12,000. 13 online, 14 in the room. It's ahead of you, Thibault. It's 14 in the room at 14,000. Your turn. Here at 14, 15 with Thibault, 16 in the room. At 16,000, seated in the room at 16,000. Thank you, Clara. 17 online now. I see you online. At 17, 18 in the room. 19 here. At 20 in the room. In the room here at $20,000. 22,500 online. 25 in the room now. At 25,000, seated in the room. Near to me on the left. My left at 25,000. Your turn in the digital sale room. Your turn, Thibault. It's in the room at 25,000. Thank you, Robert. Multiple bids online. 27,500 online. 30 back in the room. At 30,000 back in the room at $30,000. At $30,000 back in the room at 30. Thibault's out. Are you bidding online? It's between the online and the in-house bidder. 32,500 online. 35 now. In the room at 35,000. Waiting for you in the online. Are you still clicking? It's 35 in the room. 37,500. He's out in the room. Thank you for the ride. It's 37,500 to the online bidder. 1515. Hammer's going up. Last call for bids. You out on the phones? You sure in the room? Last call. Selling now at $37,500. And sold. 37.5. And that's 1515. Great painting. Fine price. Ladies and gentlemen, lot 18, the Daphne Ojek. Awakening Spring, the bold, vibrant, colorful Ojek. And we have, once again, tell and order interest in this lot. And we'll start off to the orders at 40, 42.5, 45,000. At 45,000 to the order at 45,000. 47,550 now back to the order at 50, 55, 60. At 60,000 here, at 65, 70 back here. 75, 80, 80, 85, 90, 95, 100. At 100 to the order at 100,000. At $100,000, at $100,000, at 100,000. 110, thank you. Mary Jo's bidder at 110,000. The order's out. It's at 110 to Mary Jo's telephone bidder. Fair warning then, your turn in the digital sale room or here seated. Bids at 110 and selling at $110,000. Last call. Down it goes. And sold. Congratulations, Mary Jo. 110's the price. And that. Okay. No problem. I would sing you a song, but my voice is horrible. Mary Jo. We'll just break for a minute. We just need to refresh our devices here. No, just get that one going first. Okay, moving right along, lot number 19. Still a little bit longer? Okay. Yeah, online bidders, you might need to refresh your device, just log on, log off, and log back in. Get ready. Wait a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we will have a break at the end of this sale before the second session starts at 7 o'clock. I'll get through some of the business comments. Just keep your paddles safe. Don't leave them unattended on the chair. And we're all good? Okay. Online bidders, I assume you've logged back in and we're ready to go. Lights green, Clara? Thank you. Lot 19, the Gershwin Iskowitz, the Violet C, the pulsating and positive energy Iskowitz. And here we go. Welcome up front. And we'll start this lot off at 16,000 bid now at 16, 17,000. It's $17,000 at 17,000. You're bidding on the phone. 18 online. 19 ahead of you now at 19,000. At 19,000, at 19,000. 20 with Lindsay now at 20. Fresh bidder with Lindsay at 20,000. On the phones at 20, 22,500. Yes, Marie Helen at 22,500. 25 back with Lindsay. At 25,000 back with Lindsay at 25,000. April beat you here at 27,500. April's bidder at 27,500. At 30,000 with Marie Helen at 30. You in? Afraid Whew, it sounds great. I'll take Christian first at 32.5. At 35 back with Marie Helen. At 35,000 with 37.50 with Christian at 37,500. 40,000 now with Marie Helen at 40,000, 42.5 with Christian. At 42,500, 45,000 with Marie Helen. You guys are doing great back there. That is now 45 with Christian, is that correct? Or 47.50 back with Marie Helen. Next bid's 50. No, 50. You want to bid 55? Next bid's 50. I'll take 55. Yeah, 55. Well done. We'll wait for Clara to catch up at 55,000. Geez, that's good bidding. 55,000, 60. It's 60 now with Marie Helen at 60. You can make it a trend jump increment again. It's 60 with Marie Helen. Your turn, Christian. You bidding, April? Lindsay, you out? Bid's at 60. And the bid is with Marie Helen from our Montreal office. Hammers up high. Last call for bids. Fair warning. Christian's asking to pause. She's out. Selling now to Marie Helen's telephone bidder at 60,000. And sold. 60,000. Thank you. And that goes to paddle 606. Ladies and gentlemen, lot 20, the Rita Latanja Germation, the prime period 1961, oil on canvas by one of our great Canadian artists. And here we go now at 27,500. At 27,530, thank you. 32.5 now in advance of you at 32,500. At 32,500 at 30, thank you. Online at 35, multiple bids online at 35,000. At 35,000, 37,500. Online at 37,500 now. At 37,500, 40 online. At 40, multiple bidders online. It's 40, 42.5. Online at 42,500. At 42,500, multiple bid, 45. At 45 online, strong bidding online at 47,500 now. At 47,500. At 47,500 online at 47,550, nice round number at 50 online. At 50,000. At 50,000 online, 55. Well done at 55,000. At 55,000, still great value at 55. At 50, 60. Sorry, ahead of you online at 60,000. I'll take you next, though. It's 60 online. 65 now online. These are quick bidders online. Thank you. 65 online. At 65,000 online. At 65,000 against you in the room. 70 online. At 70 online. Multiple paddles online. 75 online now. At 75,000 online. At 75,000. At 70, 80. Welcome to the bidding at 80, so 80 with Melina, at 80,000 with Melina at 80,000, 85 online, at online bidder at 85,000, at 85,000, at $85,000, 90 back with Melina at $90,000, at $90,000, Melina's telephone bidder at $90,000, at $90,000. You still bidding online? Thank you, sir. Seated at the back at 95. It's in the room at 95. Ahead of you online, 100 online now. At 100,000 online or at 100, and 110 back in the room. At 110,000 in the room at $110,000. Sorry, online bidder at 110, 120 back with Melina. At 120,000, Melina's bid. You bidding in the room? It's 120 with Melina. That's $120,000. Melina's bidder at 120, 130 back in the room. Rear of the room seated at $130,000. At 130, Melina's talking. 140 back with Melina. Well done, Melina. At 140, your turn seated in the room. 150 seated in the room. At $150,000. Gentleman seated last row at $150,000. You still bidding online? It's in the room, seated at 150. Hammers going up. Last call for bids. Any more bids there, Melina? One more might just take it. Melina's out. It's gentleman's bid. Last call in the digital serum. Hammers up high. Fair warning. And selling now. Sold at Heffel's, 150,000, and that's to Mr. Gretzky, paddle number 99. Thank you. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to a very exciting lot. Lot 21, the Jean-Paul Riopel. The Alpha 52 masterpiece, prime period Riopel. The placeholder of the former record for Riopel at auction when this masterpiece last sold and was bought by Heffel's consignor. And it's the feature cover lot in this afternoon's sale. And now it's your chance to own the finest Riopel on offer globally, in our opinion. And here we go. You ready on the phones? I see Ainsley, Kirby. And here we go. We'll start this lot off. And we'll start this lot off at Heffel's at $3,500,000, at $3,500,000, $3,750,000. Already now at $4 million Canadian, at $4 million. At $4 million, you're bidding in the room, it's at $4 million. At $4 million. Are you bidding on the phones back there, Ainsley? Kirby, would you like to bid? Glad I asked. $4,250,000 now. Kirby's bidder at $4,250,000. 4-5 in the room. At 4-5. Is 4,250. 4-5. Ahead of you now. At $4,500,000. At $4,500,000. At $4,500,000. You got one more bid in there, Kirby? Thank you. Glad I asked again. $4,750,000. At $4,750,000. You bidding in the room? At $4,750,000. $4,750,000. $5 million. Thank you. At $5 million. It's ahead of you now. At 5. At $5 million. Any interest there, Kurt? At $5 million. I see Ainsley chatting at the back there. At $5 million. We'll wait for Ainsley. You out, Kirby? Kirby gives me the sign. She's out. All through at $5 million Canadian. Fair warning. Hammers up. If you're going to bid, Ainsley, now's the time. Ainsley's out. Fair warning then, at $5 million. Last call for bids. Fair warning once, twice, and for the third time. Bids 5. Pass that lot. Not sold yet. No, that was passed. But thank you anyways. Okay, now we'll move right on to lot 22. The Marcel Ferron composition. The revolutionary and dazzling Ferron canvas. And here we go now at $110,000, at $110,000, at $110,000, at $110,000, 120, 130, at $130,000, at $130,000. You're bidding, Ainsley, at the back. It's at $130,000, at $130,000. Thank you. 140. Ainsley's telephone bidder at $140,000. At $140, your turn in the digital cell room. The bid's at $140,000. Ainsley's bidder. Last call for bids. Raising the hammer now and selling to the phones to Ainsley's bidder at $140,000. Thank you. 150. Fresh paddle online at $150. 160 back with Ainsley at $160,000. Ainsley's bidder at $160. At $160. 170 online. Thank you, Clara. 170. 180 back with Ainsley at $180,000. At $180,000. 190 online. Online at 190, 200, back to Ainsley's telephone bidder at $200,000. At $200,000. At $200,000. You're still bidding online. It's with Ainsley's telephone bidder at $200,000. Selling now at $200,000. Last call for bids. Fair warning. Sold to your bidder, Ainsley. Too late online. It's $200,000 to Ainsley's bidder at paddle number 632. Sorry, online. Ladies and gentlemen, lot 23, the Jean-Paul Riopel, the pocket and dynamic Riopel canvas. And here we go on this lot at Heffel. We'll start off at 60,000 bid now at 60,000, 65, 70,000 bid already at 70,000, at 70,000, 75 online, welcome online, at 75,000 online, at $75,000 online bidder, 80 online, thank you, at 80,000 online, at 80,000, at 80,000, 85 online, thank you, Robert, at 85,000 online, at $85,000, at 85,000, 90 online, at $90,000 online, at 90,000, at $90,000 online, at 90,000, 95, thank you, Robert, 95 online. For the pocket Riopel, 100, well done, sir. That's $100,000 online now at 100,000. At $100,000 online at 100, 110. Multiple bids online at 110 in the digital sale room, 120. At $120,000 online at 120, 130 now. They're quick online on this lot, 130. At 130,000, at 130. At 130, 140. At $140,000, at 140,000. At $140,000, at 140. Still bidding in the DS. It's 140, 150 now. Popular lot at 150. You're welcome to jump in the room. It's 150,000 into digital sale room at 150,000. At $150,000 at 150, 160. Thank you, Robert. At 160 online now. At $160,000 at 160. These little Riopels are popular lots at 160,000. Any advance on $160,000? Was that a bid? At 160,000, fair warning then, hammers up and selling now at $160,000. And last call. Sold. Sorry, that was paddle number 1210. Are we all good up there? Okay, lot 24, Jean-Paul Riopel, once again, the creative, masterful Riopel collage. And here we go at 22,500, 25,000, 27,500. Bidding at 27,500. At 27,500. At $27,500. Bidding online at 27,500. Last call for bids. 27,500. 30. Welcome online. 30,000 just in time. Online bidder at $30,000. At $30,000. Any more bids online? Hammers up. It's at $30,000. Last call for bids. Fair warning. Selling now at $30,000. Sold 30,000, and that's 1210. Okay, they're up. Ladies and gentlemen, lot 25, the very How's that, Stu? Better? Okay. Thank you, Michael. Okay, that's the, here we go, sorry. Thank you for your patience. You got volume, Stu? I hope everyone was able to grab a glass of wine, but if not, we're back. Thanks for your patience. Lot 25, let's refocus now on the fabulous boardwalk as viewed behind April and Kirby. We got tell interest in this lot. It's, this is a blossoming, beautiful spring energy and very bright and light boardwalk from 1951 and a canvas. Here we go. We'll start this lot off at 425,000 bid now at 425,000, 450,000, 450,000. You're bidding on phones. It's at 450,000 bid now at 475,000, 500 now in advance of you at 500,000. At 500,000, your turn, Marie Helen. It's against you. 525 with Marie Helen at $525,000. At $525,000, are you bidding, Anthony? It's at 525,000. Bidding at 525,000. Great value for a boardwalk. Are you bidding, Anthony? It's at $525,000. Now's the time to bid, or online. The bid's currently at 525,000. Anthony's, are you in or out? You're out. It's Marie Helen's bid at 525,000. Hammer's going up. Last call for bids in the digital serum, and it's selling now at $525,000. Hammer. And sold. Congratulations, Marie Helen. Fine painting, fine price. And that goes to $625. Lucky bidder. Congratulate them, Marie Helen. And here we are now at lot 26 of Jean-Paul Riopel, untitled. The 50s drip canvas, as viewed here on my right, full of explosive energy. And by the rebel artist, Riopel. Here we'll start this lot off at 875,000 bid now. At 875, 900, 925, 950. At $950,000, 975. In advance of all of you now at 975,000. At $975,000. Any advance on this Riopel? At 975,000. Last call then. Looking for bids at 975. You bidding online? Bids on the phone or in the room? Fair warning then. 975. Last call for bids. Fair warning. Pass that lot. Lot 27, the Jack Bush, a lyrical, joyful, and full of movement, a Jack Bush canvas. And here we go now at 55,000 bid. At 55,000 bid, 60, 65 now. In advance of you at 65, your turn in the room. It's here at 65,000. At 65,000, you're bidding in the room. It's ahead of you at 65,000. Your turn in the room at 65. You're bidding online here. Bids at 65,000. 70, now it's yours bid, sir. At 70,000 in the room, at $70,000. At $70,000 in the room, against in the digital serum. Seated on my left at $70,000. Last call for bids. Congratulations, sir. That's yours. Well done. And that goes to lucky paddle number. Once again, your paddle, sir. Your number. Thank you. 259 is the lucky paddle. Well done. 259. Here we are now at 28, the Christopher Pratt Private School, the enigmatic and meticulous monumental Pratt 1987 canvas to boot. And here we go. And we'll start off. We got order interest in this lot at 140, 150, 160 now to the order. At $160,000, at 160, yes, it's viewed just here in the sale room on my left at 160 to the order. If anybody else wants to jump in, the order is going to get it at 160,000, 170 online. Thank you, Clara. 180 now, back to the order bidder at 180,000. At 180,000 online. Sorry, not online, but to the order bidder at 180. Your turn online. Order bidder at 180,000. You in, Daniel? It's against you at 180. At 180, you're coming back online. Hammer's up high. It's 180. Thank you, sir. I almost missed that. You're a little dark right there. 190 in the room, 200 now back to the order. At 200 back here. 210, 220. He's out at 220. It's here at 220. At 220, left absentee bidder at $220,000. Your turn in the room or on the phones or in the digital sale room. It's the order bid at $220,000. Ainsley, you're bidding. You're off the phone. Selling now at $220,000. Fair warning. And sold. $220,000. Thank you. And that goes to paddle number 503. Lot 29, Riopel, untitled. The kinetic large format canvas, also on viewed on the left here, featuring bright and captivating colorful palette. Kirby's admiring it, and here we go. We'll start off at 210, 220, 230, 240, at 250,000 bid now at 250, at $250,000, at $250,000, 260 online, 270 ahead of you, at $270,000, at $270,000 in advance of you online at 270, at $270,000. You're bidding online, it's against you, at $270,000. Bidding in the room? 280. Thank you. Multiple bidders at 280. I'll take 290 now. It's at 290. At 290,000. Monumental Riopel. It's at 290. 300 online. Thank you, Robert. At 300. Multiple bids online. Are you still going? It's at 300 to the online bidder. 12110. Or sorry, 1210. Online bidder at 1210 at 300,000. Next bid's 3 1/4. Hammer's up. Anyone in the room want to jump in? Last call. Fair warning. Don't wait too long online. Selling now. Fair warning. Sold 300,000. Thank you. And that's 1210. Congratulations online. Well played. Lot 30, the Jack Bush, red loop low. The POW effect, 71 Bush. And here we go at 160,000 bid now at 160, 170. At $170,000 at 170. At $170,000 at 170. Bidding at $170,000 at 170. All through at 170,000. Is that a bid? Thanks. 180, 190 now. It's at $190,000. Last call for bids at $190,000. Rob's looking too. Last call. Hammer's up. Pass that lot, not sold yet. Lot 31, the Claude Tousineau. The brilliant prime period 69 Tousineau, and let's start this lot off at Heffel's at 150,000 bid now. You ready online? It's at 150. At $150,000 online at 150. At $150,000 online at 150. Bidding online, that's at 150. Anyone on the phones? $150,000. Last call for bids. Fair warning. Pass that lot. Excuse me. No, it's not my mic, it's my throat. Lot 32, the Rita La Tundra, the last one in this afternoon's sale. The dynamic prime period 62 La Tundra. And let's start off at bidding at Heffel's. It's 37,500, 40,000, 42,500. At 42,500, you're bidding in the room at 42,500. Online, it's against you at 42,500. Thank you, Melina. 45 with Melina now. At 45,000, coming in online. It's 45 in the room on the phones with Melina at $45,000. Fresh new bidder at 47.5 seated. At 47.5 seated left at 47.5 towards the back of the sale room at 47,500. Thank you. Online at 50. Still going in the room. It's 50 online. Your turn, sir. It's here at 50. I'll take the room first at 55. At 55, but I will take 60, Melina. It's 55 seated in the room. At 55,000, 60 with Melina. 65 seated in the room at 65,000. At 65,000, gentlemen seated at 65, 70. 75 seated back here at 75,000. Your turn, Melina. At 75, 80. 85. At 85,000, 90, 95. You're bidding in the digital sale room? 100. He's out, thank you. It's yours, Melina, at 100. Leading bid by Melina's telephone bidder at $100,000. Last call for bids. Yeah, fresh new paddle, 110. Back in the room at 110,000. Thanks for calling out. 120 now against you. 130. At $130,000 seated. 140 on the tells at 140. 150 seated. At 150,000. At $150,000. 160. They're out in the room. It's with Melina at 160,000. Last call. Looks like it's yours, Melina. Selling now at 160 at Heffel. Fair warning. And sold. Congratulations, Melina, to your bidder. 160 is the value. And 634 is the lucky collector's paddle. Lot 33, the second of the twos and O's today, or this afternoon, the very cool, pulsating and undulating rhythms found in this pair of twos and O canvases. It's the only lot where you get 2 for 1 tonight. Keep that in mind. And here we go. We'll start off at 65 or 55,000. Bid now at 55,000. At 55,000, 60, 65 now. At $65,000. At $65,000. Bidding online, it's at 65,000. Fair warning. Current bids at 65. Paddles up. Pass that lot at 65. Ladies and gentlemen, my last lot of this afternoon. Robert will be taking command of the second session, the Canadian Impressionist and Modern Art Sale. It's going to start at 7 p.m. precisely. As mentioned before during the mic break, keep those paddles safe and enjoy the snacks provided by our partner tonight, STK. And here we go, lot 34, the William Curlick, the playful and fun Curlick. We'll start off at 16, 17,000. At 17,000 bid already at 17,000. You're bidding online at 17,000. It's $17,000, 18, 19 now. I know that bidder. It's against you now at 19,000, at $19,000. At $19,000, you're bidding in the room. It's at $19,000. Coming back in online, it's at 19. Bidding on the phones, 20. Thank you. At 20 to the digital sale room bidder at $20,000. At $20,000. And we're selling at Heffel's at $20,000. And sold. Too late, Thibault. 20,000 is the number. And that goes to 1285. Sunset bids, they're risky. Bid early and bid big. Ladies and gentlemen, what's that, Rob? Yeah, keep your paddle safe. Enjoy the intermission. That's it for until the 7 o'clock. So we got 40 minutes.
Her iceberg fantasias are some of her most known and collected works, and this is a major example from the series. Complete with her trademark visual transparencies, it's a crystalline depiction of North expressed as only McCarthy knew how. Heading all the way east, we have one of the most iconic images in all of Canadian art, David Blackwood's Fire Down on the Labrador. This elemental depiction of tragedy at sea is widely regarded as his masterpiece. David Blackwood Home, his first major exhibition at the Art Gallery of Ontario since 2011's Black Ice, will open later this year, proudly supported by the Heffel Foundation.
From Blackwood's East Coast contemporary Chris Pratt, we have Private School, a striking major work that is emblematic of the artist's precision and attention to detail. It's a wonderful example of how evocative and meticulous his compositions could be, with unreal symmetry and an ambiguous sense of place that still feel grounded in an expression of reality. It's rendered with a characteristically moody treatment of light and color, all of which make this a classic example of Pratt's work. Moving to the West Coast, we have two beautiful canvases by Taka Tanabe, Kungit and A Grey Day in the Channel. These capture the coastal landscapes of Haida Gwaii with a subtle delicacy and poetic atmosphere that make Tanabe so treasured.
Traveling east again, we have two of the artists perhaps most synonymous with the Canadian prairies, William Kerlek and Joe Fafard. Three works by Kerlek, Children Dancing in the Manitoba Rain, Halloween Games, and Hauling Hay, depict joyous prairie memories, summer, fall, and winter. Henri, Joe Fafard's depiction of Henri Richard of the Montreal Canadiens, is perhaps the most quintessentially Canadian work in the sale. Moving towards Ontario and Quebec, we find some of the giants of post-war abstraction. Firstly, we have two canvases by Jack Bush, Cello Solo No. 1 and Red Luplo. Both from his important final period, they show Bush at his musical and sophisticated best, and are evidence as to why he was considered the leading colorist of his time.
With a similarly intense treatment of color, we have two examples of Claude Toussaint's target paintings, the diptych Thylacadmium and the monumental Septimal. Both these works are dazzling explorations of the optical effects of color and light, and are emblematic examples of the work that made the artist so renowned. From a more expressionist vein of abstraction, we have works by Marcella Ferran and Rita Latendre. The markets for both of these artists have been on the rise, and these classic examples, including Ferran's composition, present collectors with exciting opportunities to acquire works from their most desirable periods. Vibrant and dynamic, Paul Emile Bourdois' composition was produced at a crucial time for the artist, in the years just before leaving Quebec after publication of the Refus Global Manifesto.
Turning now to Jean-Paul Riopel, the variety and virtuosity of his body of work is on beautiful display. Anthior and Sans Titre are beautiful examples from the 1960s and 70s, respectively, and two major masterpieces from his key early 1950s period are the crown jewels of the sale.
This is a marquee Riopel. It combines both the mosaics that he was famous for, but the drip. It's a prime period, 1952. The energy of this painting is really dictated by not only the motion and the application process of the paint and pigments, but the color. This painting is atomic. It has so much energy in it, it vibrates. The biggest impact on the Riopel market is the creation of Espace Riopel, and the fact that the Riopel Foundation has bequested over 60 major works to hang in perpetuity in the museum. The value of this collection is in excess of $100 million, and that's a tremendous amount of Riopel's production to move from the private domain to the public domain for perpetuity. The takeaway from this is there won't be the marquee Riopels coming to market at the volume that we've seen historically, and it's going to be difficult for the collector of tomorrow to be able to compete and acquire a major Riopel canvas.
Heffel continues two very important relationships this season: the Barbeau Owen Foundation and the collection of Dr. Luigi Rossi. From the Barbeau Owen Foundation, we have four remarkable works by E.J. Hughes, one of BC's most beloved artists. These four works showcase Hughes' incredible draftsmanship and rich use of color, and pay special tribute to the remarkable relationship between a reclusive painter and his dedicated patron, Jacques Barbeau. Indian Life is an extremely important preparatory work for a high-profile mural project that Hughes was commissioned to work on. It was displayed in the BC Pavilion at the Golden Gate International Exposition in San Francisco. The mural has since mysteriously disappeared, so we are extremely lucky to have this piece in our sale. From the esteemed collection of Dr. Luigi Rossi, Heffel continues to offer significant and color-saturated examples from artists who are at the forefront of his focus. Dr. Rossi's focus from the outset was collecting indigenous artists working in Western Canada, which includes works by Alex Janvier and Daphne Ojig. As Rossi's interests continued to broaden, his collection included works by Jack Shadbolt, Gershon Iskowitz, Ted Harrison, and Rita Latondra. Dr. Rossi's collection was museum quality and driven by a discerning eye. Among his most impressive holdings was his unparalleled collection of Alex Janvier works, the finest of any private collection or arguably public institution. Even among the non-Indigenous artists in Dr. Rossi's collection, there is a consistent theme: imagery rooted in Indigenous culture and expression. Jack Shadbolt's Grieving Spirit is an incredible example of this. Shadbolt was deeply influenced by the spiritual connection Indigenous artists held with the objects they created. His Mask series played an important part in his artistic career.
We're thrilled to share these works with you and look forward to the sale on May 22nd.
Heffel is honored to bring 3 extraordinary masterworks to auction for the first time. It's from the University Club of Toronto, Lauren Harris, Northern Lake, Franklin Carmichael's Leaf Pattern, and Arthur Lismer's McGregor Bay Islands. One of the most prestigious private clubs in Canada, the University Club of Toronto, has housed these paintings in their collection for many decades. The club has been a distinguished institution in Canada, fostering cultural and artistic engagement. The neoclassical building on University Avenue is absolutely stunning. Joining us today is Ian Thom. Ian Thom is a very well-known Canadian art historian, curator.
Thank you, Robert. Well, you're extraordinarily lucky to see these 3 paintings, because each in their own way is, in fact, a masterpiece. I can remember going to see them in the University Club in Toronto and thinking, these are extraordinary pictures. I mean, these are pictures that you don't come across very easily. I mean, they all have amazing exhibition histories. There's a reason for that, because not only did they belong to people that were interested in exhibiting them, but also the artists were interested in having those pictures shown to wider audiences.
It's a monumental moment. I go back and I keep thinking about that this won the gold medal in Sesqui Exhibition 26, but in that show were other famous international artists, famous Canadian painters. Tom Thompson's West Wind was in that exhibition. Yes. And they picked the Harris.
Well, I mean, the Wembley exhibition was, of course, critical. It was the recognition of the group in any way internationally. And that's really what allowed them to become well-known in Canada. I mean, Canada's very famous for having people, become successful far away, and then you think, oh no, maybe this artist is worthwhile.
It's like the reviews were better internationally than the...
Absolutely, absolutely. Because of course, when they showed internationally, they were showing the people in London things that they had never seen before.
And of course, Joan Murray calls this Carmichael's masterpiece.
And it really is an extraordinary picture. I mean, the fact that he's on the verge of abstraction in this painting is really remarkable. I mean, one of the fascinating things to me is just taking the example of the trunks of the trees. You notice how not a single one of the trunks of these trees is the same color all the way through? Yeah. He varies the color, and I mean, he does this for reasons to allow your eye to sort of see things in a different way. The other thing, of course, is he's very, very direct in defining essentially no ground for you to stand upon. You have to sort of throw yourself completely into the painting. And there's only one little area of escape in the background, so your whole attention comes to this extraordinary range of different colored leaves and the tree trunks. And this degree of definition in the tree trunks allows him to portray the leaves without specific definition. I mean, it gives you something for your mind to sort of hang its attention on, and then you read these as leaves in the fall. This Harris is a remarkable painting because, of course, there's this extraordinary contrast between the brilliance of the sky and the darkness of the hills and the treed landscape. and the wonderful sense of reflections, trees reflecting in the lake, which allows you to sort of move into the composition. It's an extraordinary picture.
There's so many interesting things we could talk about, but another thing about the Lauren Harris canvas, and all three have early frames, but the Harris canvas is in the original Boughton frame.
Yes, exactly.
And the frames, it's part of its history.
You essentially have a little bit more of an introductory element in terms of the rocks in the foreground. Unlike the comic where you're sort of like basically forced right into the landscape, is something that's really quite striking. But the other thing that's fascinating to me is look at the wonderful sort of surface that these beaches form, and the way they sort of interlock with each other, and of course the reflection of the trees in the lake. It's a painting that requires you to spend some time with it.
Yeah.
But when you do, you're richly rewarded.
You know, the club was a great custodian of the paintings, and they did lend them to lots of museum exhibitions. And Lauren Harris was a member of the club. They have a very good collection of Group 7.
Seeing this Lemieux shows just what a subtle and remarkably gifted man he was. I mean, look at the variety of ways, for example, he depicts trees in this composition. You have very bent over trees in the foreground. There's one evergreen which is struggling against the wind in the landscape, and then a little rock in there, and then there's the trees on the far shore. But the other thing that, of course, is remarkable here is the way he convincingly suggests to you that the sun is flooding across the whole of the landscape by picking up brighter elements on the surface of this rock there, and there. And then, of course, there's the brilliance of the sky in the background. I mean, it's a painting that the more you look at it, the more you see. And that's something that marks a great picture. You never get tired of looking at it. I think that these paintings were, for many years, in the University Club of Toronto. And I'm sure there were many of the members who looked at them again and again and again and saw different things each time. That is the mark of an artist who's truly inspired by his subject matter and is able to convey that, completely within the finished paintings. I mean, there's no museum in this country that wouldn't be happy to have.
These are truly, that word can be overused sometimes. These are truly museum quality paintings, and they would hang in a very proud location in any museum in the country. And quite frankly, they could hang internationally.
Each one of these paintings is, in its own way, a masterpiece for the artist. And the artists submitted those paintings on a regular basis to exhibitions because they knew they were good pictures.
Yeah, yes.
The more you look at each one of these paintings, the more they reward you.
One of the primary ways a country expresses its identity is through its art. And this season, Heffel is extremely proud to offer important and immense expressions of the Canadian identity, from its very beginnings to its defining moments. Beginning with Cornelius Krieghoff, we have our earliest depictions of Canada. In the Tollgate, once owned by Kenneth Thompson, one of Canada's most esteemed collectors, we have a boisterous scene full of historical detail.
But during the 19th century, art movements were exported from Europe across the globe as artists everywhere would gravitate towards the centers of London and Paris. Montreal-born Helen McNichol studied in France and England, and we can clearly see the influence of Impressionism in her work in the bucolic scenes dappled with sunlight.
In Happy Moments, we have Helen McNichol at her Impressionist best, with children lounging and playing in full, rich sunlight.
During the time that James Wilson Maurice lived in Europe, the continent had moved into post-Impressionism, and we can clearly see that influence being traced through his work over the years. In 1905, he participated in the now infamous Salon d'Automne, the Fauvist Salon, and he eventually met Matisse, the most famous Fauvist, and he ended up going on sketching trips with him.
We have 3 exquisite and intimate works from his time in Brittany, including La Foire à Carconeau, circa 1910. Additionally, we have the evocative A Bathing Cove Trinidad from his important final period, showcasing his wandering pencil lines. Maurice was an important influence on many Canadian artists, but this is especially true of Clarence Gagnon. His influence can be felt in the exquisite study Paris, circa 1908. It features Gagnon's first wife, Catherine Irwin, posed in a kimono, and carries in it the major pre-World War I influence of Japanese culture that was sweeping Europe.
Gagno's panel, Les Éboulements Ice Harvest, is an en plein air study for a larger canvas, and it subject-wise is a classic example of Quebec Impressionism. Perhaps his equal at painting light and snow, it was Suzer Côté, and this canvas, fresh to the market from an important Montreal collection, Rivière au Dégel, is a masterpiece. Rendered in gorgeous teals and purples, this canvas was included in his largest ever touring retrospective and is, again, a classic example of Quebec Impressionism.
Another bridge between Europe and Canada that can be found are the breakthroughs experienced in Brittany by Emily Carr. Cottage St. Ephrem and the beautiful Woman Knitting Repose No. 3 are absolutely key examples from this moment. They speak directly to the transformative changes in color choice that she underwent in this important time.
Certainly, Carr's exposure to post-impressionism radically altered her color palette and enabled her to paint what she felt about BC's landscape. Later in 1927, when she met the Group of Seven and Lauren Harris, she was given the confidence to go even further, and it culminated in a lyrical and forceful encounter with British Columbia's landscape. The late 1920s and 30s, now considered Emily Carr's celebrated late classic period, are among the towering achievements of expressionistic painting in the 20th century. We have 4 examples from this period, which we're proud to share in our auction, including the rare and beautiful canvas Shoreline.
Carr's Ontario contemporaries feature heavily in the sale, with works from some of Canada's most beloved artists. Beginning with Yvonne Hauser's double-sided canvas, Miners, Shacks, Cobalt, Mullins, we have one of the most important examples of Hauser's work to ever be offered at auction. Boasting an incredible exhibition history, this work was featured in not one, but 2 recent exhibitions at the McMichael, 2021's Uninvited and 2023's Cobalt.
Leading our Group of 7 works are 4 lovely sketches by Lauren Harris, including 2 pre-1920 Algoma sketches full of color and joy, and a 1923 Lake Superior sketch, and a 1924 sketch of Athabasca Valley, Jasper Park, both of these featuring the iconic Canadian lone tree motif.
We are also excited to have exceptional examples from A.J. Casson, including Holiday Island and Midwinter Day. Both from his key mid-career period, they show Casson at his most inventive. The earlier example of Lighthouse at Bronte, 1927, and the later canvas October Morning, Redmond Bay, show the consistently high quality Casson had throughout his career.
A.Y. Jackson's Barn in Winter and Street in Quebec are 2 prime period, early Jackson sketches of his beloved treatment of rural Quebec. Alongside his sketch of Lake Athabasca, lovingly detailed with figures and homes, are 2 canvases, April in the Laurentians and Moon Bay, which show off his confident, honed style. Our centerpiece among the Jackson works is his 1927 canvas, Night on the Skeena River, a canvas which Jackson himself described as among the best canvases he'd ever painted. The work comes from the important trip that he took along with Marius Barbeau and Edwin Holgate in 1926 up the Skeena River Valley in northern BC. This canvas was exhibited in the foundational 1927 exhibition at the National Gallery, West Coast Art, Native and Modern.
As noted by many art historians, and even the artists themselves, a guiding and unifying influence on the Group of 7 was Tom Thompson. His impact on painting in Canada is essential, and we're thrilled to have 3 important oil sketches from his poetic final period. Each one depicts his most important subject, Algonquin Park. With Canoe Lake Algonquin Park, Dawn on Round Lake, and Autumn Algonquin Park, our sale features 3 distinct and stunning examples from Thompson's towering final period. Together, they showcase the modernity and resonance that has led Thompson to become one of Canada's most beloved and iconic artists.
Last but certainly not least, in addition to the trio of works by Thompson, are 3 canvases that come from the University Club of Toronto. A watershed moment in the history of Heffel. These group period canvases represent a generational opportunity. Lauren Harris's Northern Lake, Franklin Carmichael's Leaf Patterns, Arthur Lismer's McGregor Bay Islands. Each of these canvases boast incredible exhibition histories, sterling provenance, and are among the finest group period canvases to ever appear at auction.
We're extremely proud of each and every work in the sale, and we look forward to offering them on May 22nd.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. In the digital sale room at Heffel.com, get all loosened up and bid on lots of great art.
Ooh, I like that style, Mr. Gibbs. 300.
1, 2, 1, 3, back with me.
Bid with courage.
That's the spirit.
Bid with passion. 1,250,000. 1,000,003.
Selling now at Heffel.
Sold.
That's a new world record.
9,500,000.
Now that is a fine painting, fine price. That deserves clapping. Hello, everyone. Wow, this really is a full. This is the most full house we've had in this sale room, so it's going to be very exciting, very lively. And when something does well, you're welcome to clap. And if I don't see you raise your paddle, you're welcome to yell out bidding. But I will see them. And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Robert Heffel, and it is our utmost pleasure to welcome you to the Heffel live auction of Canadian impressionist and modern art. As many of you know, we often include major international works in our live sales. This spring, we decided to dedicate both sessions entirely to Canadian art for obvious reasons. We wanted to celebrate the rich legacy and vibrant creativity of this country's great art. It's one of the things that makes Canada, Canada, is our art. We're truly delighted to present these exceptional works to passionate collectors here in Canada and around the world. Our team has thoroughly enjoyed connecting with you, many of you, during our previews in Vancouver, Calgary, Montreal, Toronto, leading up to tonight's auction. This evening's sale features strong absentee bidding, active telephone bidding, and with our team, and dynamic participation via our digital sale room, as you saw in the other session. And of course, in-person bidding right here in Toronto. As always, we encourage bidders to act promptly and with confidence. For those bidding online, please note that pending bids are subject to confirmation of the auctioneer. If you bid online, it requires our confirmation. Bids submitted last call during online may not be received in time, so we recommend online bidders to place your bids in early and often. Another note for people that are bidding online, we recommend, if you were in the other session, to log off and log back on to make sure your app is logged in. So that's best practices for your best enjoyment of bidding. Tonight's auction is conducted according to our terms and conditions of business, as published on Heffel.com and as in our catalog. Please keep in mind the buyer's premium, which is calculated on top of the hammer price, plus applicable sales taxes that's calculated on the total purchase price. For successful bidders, we invite you to use our convenient online tools for invoice settlement and shipping arrangements, as outlined in your successful bidder email. Alternatively, our Heffel offices are happy to assist. Kindly note that all purchases must be paid for in full within 7 days. And most importantly, we wish you the very best of luck. Bon chance, Ju Ni Hao Yun. And now we begin with lot number 101. Lot 101, the Frank H. Johnson, the circa 1918, 1919 signed Frank Johnson showing here. And I have $15,000 to bid in this lot at 15, 16, 17,000 now. At $17,000. Any advance now? $18,000 with Lindsay. With Lindsay on the telephone at $18,000 now. With Lindsay on the telephone at $18,000, or $19,000 in the room, Lindsay. In the room at $19,000 now. In the room, new bidder in the room, 22,500. New bidder, center of the room at 22,500. Center of the room at 25,000, right at the back. Right at the back at 25,000, not yours in the middle. Right at the back at 25,000. Right at the back, ahead of you in the middle of the room, and ahead of you, Lindsay, and ahead of you on the phone at 25,000. Right at the back at 25,000. Lindsay shakes her head. I think you have it standing right at the back at $25,000, and I can sell. Last time, fair warning, down it goes, 27,500. He's back in. Middle of the room at 27,500. Would you like to go 30, sir? At 27,500. Middle of the room at 27,500. I'm selling at 27,500. Not yours, sir. Are you sure now, sir? Middle of the room, he says he's out. I think you have it, middle of the room, 27,500 last time. Sold, 27,500. Thank you. And your paddle number, please? 401. 27,500. Thank you, Bo. Lot number 102 is next. Lot 102 is next. The 1927 AJ Casson, the 1927 AJ Casson. And I have outside interest in this lot, although I can start at $20,000, 22,500 to the order, 25,000 back with me now. My order bid at $25,000 now. The bid is right here with me, commission bid at $25,000, and I can sell at $25,000 in the room, 27,500, 30 back with me. The bid is with me at 30,000, not yours in the room. The bid is right here at $30,000. Would you like to go 32.5? He shakes his head. At $30,000, my absentee bidder at $30,000, and I can sell at 32,500, 35,000 back with me. 37,500, 40,000 back with me. 42,500, and my absentee bid is out. $42,500 in the room, right at the back at 42,500, and I can sell at 42,500 last time. Yours, sir, paddle 99, Wayne Gretzky, $42,500. Thank you so much. Lot number 103 is next. Lot number 103 is next. The wonderful double-sided Sir Frederick Grant Banting, the circa 1928 work by Banting. And again, I have outside interest in this lot, although I can start at $18,000, $19,000, $20,000 is bid in this lot at $20,000 now. Any advance at $20,000? And I can sell to the absent 22,500, 25,000 back with me. 25,000 back with me. My absent 27,500, 30,000 back with me. 30,000 to the commission bid at 30,000. To the absentee bid, 32,500, 35,000 back with me. Thank you. 35,000 back with me now. Not yours yet, 37,500. 40,000 back with me. She looks surprised. 40,000 back with me. 42,500. Ladies bid in the room, and my absentee bid is out. Good news for you. And she says, yay. 42,500. Ladies bid at 42,500, and I can sell 45,000 with Tebow. 45,000 with Tebow now on the telephone at 45,000. 47,500 in the room. Ladies seated at 47,500. At $47,500 now. Tebow says he's out. I think you have it. 50,000 with Daniel. 50,000, another new bidder. 50,000 with Daniel. She says, she's mad at you, Daniel. 55,000 in the room. Ladies bid in the room at 55,000. 55,000 in the room at 55,000. Ladies bid seated at 55,000. Are you bidding, Daniel? Next bid's only 60. 60,000 with Daniel. At 60,000 with Daniel now. At 60,000 with Daniel now. She says she's out. Daniel, I think you have it at 60,000. You sure now? Thank you very much for your bids at $60,000 with Daniel at $60,000, and I can sell at $60,000 last time. Yours, Daniel. Thank you. $60,000. Fine painting, fine price. $60,000. Daniel is 630. Thank you so much. Lot 104 is next. Lot 104. The 1916-1918 Algoma Lauren Harris, painted over 100 years ago, and it still looks modern today. This was a showstopper in the preview, and I have $50,000 a bid in this lot. 50, 55 now. At $55,000. Any advance now at 50, 60, 65, back with me. 65 back with me. 70,000 in the room first. 70,000. I took the bidder in the room because he made the effort to come all the way here. 75,000 online. 75,000 online, and my bidder in the room shakes his head. He says he's out. $75,000. 80,000 on the telephone. 80,000 on the telephone with Mary Jo. At 85,000, another new bidder at 85,000. Center of the room at 85,000. 90,000 with Mary Jo at 95,000. At 95,000 with Mary Jo at 100,000 in the room. 100,000 in the room now. Ladies seated in the room at 100,000. Mary Jo shakes her head. I think you have it at 100. Yep, in the room at $100,000. Ladies bid at 100,000. You sure now, Mary Jo? At $100,000. Sorry? 110 with Mary Jo. 110 with Mary Jo now. 110 with Mary Jo. 110. She says she's out in the room. At 110,000. It's only money. At $110,000 in the room with Mary, or on the telephone with Mary Jo. Mary Jo is in the room technically. On the telephone with Mary Jo, 110,000 last time. Yours, Mary Jo. Thank you. 110,000. 631. Thank you, Mary Jo. Lot 105 is next. Lot 105 is next. The classic circa 1924 horse and sleigh. A.Y. Jackson, of course, group period Jackson. Horse and sleigh subject matter is, as Quebec winners say, horse and sleigh subject matter is Jackson's most important subject matter. And I have $25,000 a bid in this lot at $25,000. $27,500. Any advance now? At $27,500. At $27,500. Online, $30,000. $32,500 ahead of the online bidder. At $32,500. Ahead of the online bidder at $32,500. At $32,500 now. Would the online bidder like to jump back in? At $32,500. Ahead of you online. At $32,500. It's not yours in the digital sale room. $35,000. Thank you so much, sir. At $35,000 in the room. At $35,000 in the room at $35,000, and I can sell at $35,000 last time. $37,500. $40,000. $40,000 ahead of you. Are you sure now? At $40,000, gentlemen seated at $40,000, and I can sell at $40,000. You sure now, sir? At $40,000 last time. Paddle 264, $40,000. Well done. Thank you so much. Paddle 264. Thank you, David. Pointing out the bidders. Lot number 106. By the way, this is a good way to start the auction. Lot number 106 is next. Lot 106, the classic group period double-sided A.Y. Jackson. And I have $16,000 a bid in this lot. 16, 17 now. At $17,000, 18, 19 ahead of you. At $19,000 ahead of you, sir, at $19,000. Not yours yet. At $19,000 ahead of you at $19,000. The bid is right here with me at $19,000. It's not yours in the room. At $19,000. Online at 20, thank you. Online at 20, would you like to go 22.5, sir? Online at $20,000 now. To the online bidder at $20,000. Are you all through, sir? And I can sell. He shakes his head. Another online bidder, $22,500. Paddle 1210. We know that online. He's our favorite online bidder. Well, we have no favorites. He's one of our favorite online bidders. I'm going to get in trouble. $22,500 to the online bidder at $22,500. At $22,500, you can see it here, at $22,500, and I can sell at $22,500 last time. Sold, $22,500 to paddle 1210. Lot number 107 is next. Lot number 107 is next. The early view of Vancouver Harbor, North Shore Mountains. That's the North Shore Mountains in the background, circa 1909. Important piece because it's Emily Carr, but also important because it's an early scene of the way Vancouver used to look. And I have outside interest in this lot. I have 50, 55, 60, 65,000 to the order. At $65,000 now, to the order at $65,000. At $65,000 to the order at 65, 70, 75 back with me. At 75,000 back with me at 75,000. The bid is right here with me at $75,000. At $75,000, absentee bidder at $75,000, and I can sell at $75,000. Fair warning, your last chance in the room. The bid is right here with me at $75,000. I am selling at $75,000. Sold $75,000, and that is paddle 506. 75,000. 506 is the number. Lot number 108 is next. Lot number 108 is next, the Helen Nickel. I love the title, Happy Moments. And I have $30,000 to bid in this lot, $32,500 now. At $32,500, any advance now at $32,500? Online, $35,000, $37,500 back with me. At $37,500, back with me at $37,500. Online, $40,000. Thank you, David. Online at $40,000 now, $42,500. Another online bidder at $42,500. At $45,000 with Kirby. At $45,000 with Kirby, on the telephone at $45,000. The bid is right here with Kirby, $47,500 in the room. At $47,500 in the room, $50,000. I took Kirby first. $50,000 with Kirby, on the telephone with $55,000 in the room. $55,000 in the room now at $55,000. The bid is right, $60,000 on the telephone. $65,000. $65,000 in the room at $65,000. $70,000. $75,000. $75,000 in the room. $75,000 in the room now at $75,000. In the room at $75,000. $80,000. $85,000. $85,000 in the room now at $85,000. I see an online bidder as well. $85,000 in the room at $85,000. $85,000 in the room, $90,000 online. $95,000 in the room. $95,000 in the room at $95,000. $95,000, not yours online. $95,000 in the room at $95,000. $100,000 online. $110,000. $110,000 in the room. $110,000 in the room, not yours online. $110,000 in the room now. At $110,000 in the room. $110,000, $120,000 online. $130,000 in the room. $130,000 in the room now. The bid is right here, center of the room. Ladies bid at $130,000, not yours online. $140,000 online. $150,000 in the room. $150,000 in the room. $150,000 in the room. $150,000 in the room, not yours online. $160,000 online. $170,000 in the room. $170,000 in the room now. $170,000 in the room at $170,000. The online bidding app is working great. $180,000. $180,000 online. $190,000 in the room. $190,000 in the room. $190,000 in the room. $200,000, shall we? $190,000 in the room at $190,000. $190,000 in the room at $190,000. Next bid's $200,000. $190,000 in the room at $190,000. I think you may have it in the room at $190,000. Fair warning once, fair warning twice, fair warning for the third and last time. I'm selling to the lady in the room at $190,000 last time. Sold, $190,000. Yeah, that deserved clapping. Sorry, I was, your paddle number again? 200. Paddle 200. Lot 109, lot 109 is next, the wonderful Yvonne McCaig-Hauser Minor Shacks Cobalt. On Verso's the still life. This is the major double-sided canvas that's very closely related to the famous work simply entitled Cobalt in the National Gallery of Canada. It's not often you could buy a canvas that's related to a canvas in the National Gallery of Canada. And I have $75,000 a bid in this lot at $75,000. 80, 85 now at $85,000. Any advance now at $85,000? I feel like we have a long ways to go from here. At $85,000, are we all through? At $85,000 now. At $85,000, $90,000 with Daniel. At $90,000 with Daniel. Daniel's telephone bidder online, $95,000. Ahead of you, Daniel. $100,000 with Daniel. 100,000 with Daniel now, at 100,000. With Daniel at 100,000. The bid is right here with Daniel, right at the back of the room at 100,000. At 100,000 with Daniel at 110 online, Daniel. 110 online now. 120 with Daniel. 120 with Daniel on the telephone at 120. With Daniel on the telephone at 120. With Daniel, Daniel's telephone bidder, determined telephone bidder with Daniel at 120,000, not yours online, at $120,000, and I can sell at 120,000. I think you may have it, Daniel, at $120,000. The hammer is up at 120,000 last time. Sold 120,000 to Daniel's telephone bidder. Thank you so much, Daniel. And that is paddle 620 to Daniel's telephone bidder. Lot 110 is next. Lot 110 is next. Lot 110. The circa 1908 Clarence Gagnon, the Japonism and Impressionist early Clarence Gagnon study Paris. His Catherine Irwin is the sitter, his wife. And I have $50,000 has bid on this lot at $50,000 now. Any advance at $50,000? At $50,000, are we all through? At 50, 55, 55, 60 now. 60,000 already now. At $60,000. Any more now? At $60,000. Any bids coming in online? At $60,000. The bid is right here with me at $60,000 now. At $60,000. Down it goes at $60,000. It's not yours in the digital sale room, and it's not yours in the Toronto Heffel sale room here at $60,000. Fair warning last time. Down it goes at $60,000 last time. Past $60,000. It is a good deal. I heard this. Lot 111 is next. Lot 111 is next. The Clarence Gagnon, Les Houblons, Ice Harvest, a classic, important Clarence Gagnon from 1923, a work that Walter Klinkoff ranked. He wrote a little note on this piece that among the artist's best. And with that in mind, I have $40,000 has been in this lot at $40,000 now. Any advance at 40? 42.5 now. At $42,500. Any more now? At $42,000, $45,000, $47,500 ahead of you, online bidder. At $47,500 ahead of the online bidder at $50,000 online. $50,000. My other bidder is out at $50,000 to the online bidder at $50,000. To the online bidder, the bid is right here. To the online bidder at $50,000, and I can sell at $50,000. Are we all through? At $50,000, $55,000. $55,000. Ladies bid in the room at $55,000. Thank you so much, madam. $60,000. The online bidder is back in. $60,000. She shakes her head. Are you sure? Would you like to try $65,000? At $60,000. Ahead of you, online bidder at $60,000. She's thinking about it at $60,000. $65,000. Ladies bid in the room at $65,000. Thank you so much. $70,000 online. She shakes her head determinedly now at $70,000 to the online bidder at $70,000. I think you have it online bidder at $70,000 last time. Sold $70,000. Paddle 1210 online. Thank you so much. Lot number 112 is next. Lot number 112, the Emily Carr Shoreline. Lot 112 is next. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the rarest treasures in Canadian art is a canvas by Emily Carr. There are very few canvases in private hands. Most of them, especially from her mature period, most of them went to the Emily Carr Trust, went to the province of British Columbia, which is now housed in the Vancouver Art Gallery, so keep that in mind. And I have, for this rare treasure, I have $625,000 a bid in this lot. At $625,000, $650,000, $675,000 now. At $675,000. Any more now? At $675,000, $700,000, $725,000 ahead of you. At $725,000 now. Ahead of you at $725,000. At $725,000. at $725,000. It's not yours in the digital sale room, and it's not yours there at $725,000. The hammer is up at $725,000, and $750,000. In the room at $750,000. Thank you so much. At $750,000, at $750,000, and not yours there at the back, and not yours here up front, at $750,000, and I can sell, ladies bid, seated, at $750,000. Are we all through? At $750,000 last time. Sold, $750,000. Congratulations. Yeah, I like that clapping. And did you guys see the paddle number? The paddle number is 44. I'm going to remember that paddle number. Lucky number 44. Lot number 113 is next. Lot 113 is next. The Emily Carr, British Columbia Forest. Again, mature period Carr forest scene from circa 1935. And I have considerable interest in this lot, although I can start at 230, 240, 250, $250,000 to the absentee bidder at $250,000. I just got to make sure I'm on the right increment. $250,000 to the absentee bidder at $250,000. $260, $270 back with me. $270 back with me. My absentee bidder commission bid $270, $280, $290 back with me. $290 back with me. $290 back with me. $300, $325 back with me. $325 back with me. $325, $350, $375 back with me. $375 back with me. At $375, $400, $425 back with me. $425 back with me at $425. My $450,000, and my absentee bidder is out at $450,000. Alex telephone bidder at $450,000. My commission bid is out, Alec. I think you may have it at $450,000. Alex telephone bidder at $450,000, and I can sell at $450,000. Your bid, Alec, at $450,000 last time. Down it goes, $450,000. Sold, Alec, $450,000. Thank you so much. Fine Emily Carr, fine price. Deservedly so. Lot number 114 is next. Lot number 114, the 1957 classic A.J. Casson Midwinter Day. $110,000 to start on this lot. $110 now. Any advance at $120 now? At $120,000 now. Any more? At $120,000 now. At $120. At $120. $130. $140 ahead of you. $140 ahead of you. $150 back in the room. At $150,000. Gentleman's bid at $150,000. The bid is in the room right here at $150,000 now. At $150,000. Gentleman's bid at $150,000. Any bids coming in online? You can see it there at $150,000. And I can sell at what, this is a great buy, at $150,000 last time. No, he's the bidder. $150,000. Sold, $150,000. $471. Congratulations. Paddle 471, $150,000. They look very happy. You should be very happy. Lot number 115 is next, the A.J. Casson Holiday Island. Lot 115 is next, the Casson Holiday Island. And I have outside interest in this lot. I have $60,000 a bid in this lot, $65,000 now to the order. Commit $70,000, $75,000 back with me, $75,000 back with me, $75,000. The bid is right here with me, online, $80,000, $85,000 back with me. $85,000 to the absentee bidder at $85,000. To the absentee bidder at $85,000. $90,000 with T-Bow. T-Bow, it's hard to see that, but $90,000, I took T-Bow's first. $90,000 with T-Bow at $90,000. At $90,000, $95,000 online. Thank you, Clara. $95,000 online. $95,000 online now at $95,000. Online at $95,000. Online at $95,000. $100,000. New bidder, ladies bid at $100,000. Ladies seated at 100,000, at $100,000 now. 110,000 online. 110 online. 110 online. Would you like to go 120? At 110 online, still excellent value. 110 online, 120, thank you so much. Ladies seated at 120,000 now. At 120,000, in the room at 120,000, 130 online. She shakes her head. I don't know why that's a tongue twister. She shakes her head. She shakes her head at 130,000 online. Thibault says he's out. I think you have it online bidder. Thank you so much for your bids. At 130,000, 140, 140, 140 in the room. Ladies bid seated at 140. Ladies bid seated at 140. Another new bidder, 150 online. 150 online. 160, shall we? 150 online. Online at 150. She's thinking about it at 150,000, and I can sell at 150,000. The hammer is up, 160,000. Ladies bid at 160,000. The bid is right here in the room at 160,000. Not yours online at $160,000 now. Not yours online at 160,000. Is he going to come back in? You just don't know with these online bidders. It's hard to know. 160,000, 170 online. 170 online now, 170. Would you like to go 180? 170 online. Was that a bid? At 170,000 to the online bidder at 170,000, and I can 180. 180 in the room at 180. In the room at 180. Not yours online. In the room, the bid is right here. In the room in Toronto, in the Heffel sale room at 180,000. Selling now at Heffel, the AJ Casson at $180,000 in the room. 190. 190 online now. 200. 200 in the room. 200 in the room now at 200. 200, your turn now. 200 in the room now. Your turn online. 200 in the room now at 200. At $200,000 now. In the room at $200,000. And I can sell at $200,000. Next bid's 210 at $200,000. Fair warning last time. And I am selling yours, $200,000. Battle 44, thank you so much. Lot number 116 is next. Lot 116, the Emily Carr Deep Forest. The Emily Carr from circa 1931-33. And I have 95, 100, $110,000 a bid on this lot. 120, 130 back with me. 140, 140, and my absentee bid is out. And I did see an online bid. 140 right up front at 140. At 140,000, right up front at 140,000. The bid is right up front in the room at 140,000. I saw your online bid, and I can sell to the gentleman seated right up front at 140, 150 online. 160, 160 in the room now. 160 in the room. Gentlemen seated in the room at 160. At 160,000. Gentlemen seated in the room at 160. He's got the best seat in the house. 160,000. Easy to see his paddle at 160,000. And I can sell at $160,000 last time. Not yours in the digital sale room. At 160,000. Fair warning last time. And I am selling now. Yours, sir, 160,000. Congratulations. 160,000, and the paddle is 341. Thank you. Lot number 117 is next. The W.P. Weston from 1937. The W.P. Weston entitled Windswept from his prime 1930 period. 1937 Weston showing here in all its glory. And I have $30,000 a bid in this lot. $32,500 now. At $32,500. Any more? $35,000 with Rochelle at $35,000. With Rochelle at $35,000. Online at $37,500. Online $40,000 with Anthony. $40,000 with Anthony at $40,000. $40,000, $42,500 online. $45,000 with Rochelle. $45,000 with Rochelle at $45,000. Not yours online and not yours Anthony. 45,000 with 47,500 with Anthony. I took Anthony's bid in the room first. I see your online bids. 47,500 in the room, on the telephone in the room at 47,000. 50,000 with Rochelle. At $50,000 now with Rochelle, not yours, Anthony. At $50,000 with Rochelle. 55,000 with Anthony. 55,000 with Anthony now at 55. 55,000 with Anthony at 55,000. At 60,000 with Rochelle at 60,000. 60,000 with Rochelle. 60,000 bidding Anthony. 65,000 with Anthony. 65,000 with Anthony now at 65,000. Anthony's telephone bidder at 65,000. Anthony's 70,000 with Rochelle. 70,000. Two colleagues bidding against each other. 70,000, 75,000 with Anthony. 75,000 with Anthony. It's not yours, Rochelle. 75,000 with Anthony at 75,000. 75,000 with Anthony at 75,000. Are you bidding, Rochelle? 80,000 with Rochelle. 80,000 with Rochelle now at 80,000. 80,000 with Rochelle at 80,000. At 80,000, 85,000 with Anthony. 85,000 now with Anthony at 85,000. 85,000 with Anthony at 85. Rochelle says she's out. I think you have it, Anthony, at $85,000, and I am selling. Fair warning, last time at $85,000. Anthony's telephone bidder at $85,000. Yours, Anthony, $85,000. Congratulations. Yep, 613. Thank you. Good luck. Good luck to you. Lot number 118 is next. Lot number 118, our feature back cover lot, the Lauren Harris Northern Lake, consigned from the famed collection of the University Club of Toronto. Painted, the Lauren Harris, it's painted in 1926, widely exhibited and illustrated. This work won the gold medal at the Sesquicentennial International Exposition in Philadelphia in 1926, and it's a watershed moment for Heffel to bring these three very important paintings from the University Club of Toronto to auction, and yeah, it's a real honor. We're really excited about the about bringing these paintings to auction, and with that in mind, there's the show it won the gold medal in, and I have outside interest in this lot. I have $1,750,000 has bid in this lot at $1,800,000 to the absentee bidder at $1,800,000. The bid is right here with me at $1,800,000 now. The bid is right here with me at $1,800,000, $1,850,000 back with me at $1,850,000 back with me at $1,850,000 at $1,850,000 now. The bid is right here, $1,850,000. The bid is with me at $1,850,000 now. The bid is with me, $1,900,000 with Daniel. $1,950,000 back with me, Daniel. $1,950,000 back with me at $1,950,000. The bid is right here with me at $1,950,000. At $1,950,000. Bidding, Daniel, $2 million. Nice round number, $2 million. 2.1 back with me, Daniel. At 2.1 back with me. At 2.1 back with me now. The bid is with me. 2.2 with Daniel. 2.3 back with me. 2.3, my commission bid at 2.3. The bid is right here with me at $2,300,000 now. At $2,300,000 now. At $2,300,000 to 4 with Daniel. 2.5 back with me, Daniel. At $2,500,000. The bid is right here with me at $2,500,000. $2,600,000 with Daniel on the telephone at $2,600,000 with Daniel on the telephone, and my absentee commission bid is out, Daniel, at $2,600,000 at $2,600,000 with Daniel at $2,600,000 now at $2,600,000, and I can sell for the 1926 Lauren Harris at $2,600,000 now. Fair warning, ahead of you in the digital sale room and ahead of you back there at $2,600,000. And I am selling now to Daniel's telephone bidder at $2,600,000 last time. Congratulations, Daniel, $2,600,000. And Daniel's lucky paddle is 620. Thank you, Daniel. Great job on the telephones, Daniel, as always. Lot number 119 is next, the Franklin Carmichael from the University Club of Toronto, the Franklin Carmichael leaf pattern from 1922, signed and dated 1922. Again, as with the Harris, it's the first time this painting's ever come to auction. In the famed collection of the University Club, a painting that Joan Murray rightly called this Carmichael's masterpiece. And with that in mind, again, I have outside interest on this lot. I have considerable interest on this lot, although I can start at $600,000 to the order now. At $600,000. Where's 625, 650 back with me. 650, 675, 700 back with me. 700 back with me. 725, 750 back with me. 775, 800 back with me. 825, 850 back with me. 850 back with me. 875, 900 back with me. 925, 950 back with me. 975, 1 million back with me. $1 million now. 1,150,000, 1.1 back with me. 1150, 1.2 back with me. 1,250,000 seated at 1,250,000, and my absentee bidder is out at 1,300,000 with Melina. 1,350,000 seated. 1,350,000 seated. 1,350,000 seated. 1,400,000 with Melina. 1,450,000 seated. 1,450,000 at 1,450,000. 1,500,000. New bidder. 1,550,000 right up front at 1,550,000. Another new bidder at 1,500,000. 1.6 back of the room. 1,650,000 up front at 1,650,000. Up front at 1,650,000. 1,750 up front. 1,750 up front. Gentleman's bid seat 1,800 on the telephone. 1,800 on the telephone now at 1,850. 1,850 in the room up front. 1,850. 1,900 shakes his head up front. 1,900 with Melina at $1,900,000. Melina's telephone bidder at $1,900,000. He shakes his head in a disappointed way at $1,900,000. The bid is with Melina at $1,900,000, and I can sell at $1,900,000. Fair warning once, fair warning twice, fair warning for the third and last time, $1,900,000. I think you have it, Melina. Sold. Melina's telephone bidder at $1,900,000. Yeah, welcome to the $1 Million Club, and you know, well deserved. You know, ladies and gentlemen, that Carmichael record was set in December 2002. The records are made to be broken, but that was a really long-standing record. Not only did we break it, we pretty much shattered it, but that was a long-standing record. So, thank you all. That's a watershed moment in the Canadian art world. I guess Joan Murray was right. Lot number 120 is next. Lot 120 is next. The 1925 Arthur Lismer McGregor Bay Islands, again from the University Club of Toronto. The University Club of Toronto collection, the masterwork Arthur Lismer, and I have $400,000 a bid in this lot at $425 now. At $425,000. Oh, online, $450, $475 ahead of two online bidders. $475 against both the online bidders. $500,000 in the room. I took the room first. $500,000 in the room. I saw your online bid. $500,000 in the room at $500,000. In the room at $500,000. In the room at $500,000. Gentlemen seated at $500,000. Gentlemen seated at $500,000, not yours online, at $500,000. Are we all through? At $500,000. Gentlemen seated, I think he's about to bid at the back, at $500,000. Down it goes at 525. He likes to wait. 525, 550, 575, 600, 625, 650, 675, 700, 725, 750, 775, 800, 800, 800 here, 825, 850, 875, 900, 900, 900 over here. Gentlemen seated at 900, 925, 950, 975, 1 million, 1,050,000, 1.1, 1.1 seated, 1.1 seated, 1.1 seated at 1.1. Gentleman's bid at 1.1. He's thinking about it. At 1,150,000, 1.2, 1.2, 1,250,000, 1.3, 1.3 now, 1.3. Gentlemen, 1,350. 1,350. Is that a bid or does that mean you're out? 1,350. 1,350. He says he's out in a disappointed way at $1,350,000. Gentlemen, right at the back at $1,350,000. That's the painting he liked at the preview at $1,350,000, and I can sell last time at $1,350,000 last time. It's a mouthful. $1,350,000. Sold. Thank you so much. Paddle 99. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we said it was a watershed moment, and that's the last of the University Club of Toronto's collection. I wish there were another 3, but that's the last of the collection. Oh, you know what I forgot to announce? Is that a record for... oh, ladies and gentlemen, that also is a record for Arthur Lismer at auctions that broke the other... That broke the Heffel record. That broke the Heffel record. Lot 121 is next. The Frank H. Johnson, the Franz Johnson, in fact, from the large and stunning Frank Johnson canvas showing here. And I have $80,000 a bid in this lot. $85,000 now. At $85,000. Any events? $90,000 online. $90,000 online. $95,000 on the telephone. On the telephone at $95,000. On the telephone, $100,000 online. $110 on the telephone with Rochelle. $110 with Rochelle at $110. With Rochelle at $110,000. Rochelle's $120 online. Rochelle says she's out. $120 online at $120,000. To the online bidder at $120,000. To the online bidder at $130 with Kirby. At $130 with Kirby now. $130. At $130,000 with Kirby at $130,000 now. At $130, Kirby's telephone bidder at $130,000, and I can sell at $130,000. Fair warning, last time $130,000. Sold. Yours, Kirby, $130,000. Thank you so much. That's paddle 614. Getting hot. Lot number 122 is next. The stunning Thompson Autumn Algonquin Park from 1914. And again, I have outside interest this lot. I have $950,000 a bid in this lot. $950, $975, $1 million back with me. $1 million to the order at $1 million now. At $1 million. The bid is right here with me at $1 million now. The bid is right here with me at $1 million now. At $1 million, and I can sell at $1 million. My bidder at $1 million now. Are we all through? at $1 million now. The bid is right here with me at $1 million. At $1 million, down it goes at $1 million, and I am selling at $1 million. The bid is right here, commission bid at $1 million, selling now. The Thompson at Heffel at $1 million last time. Sold, $1 million, fine painting, fine price. Our bidder will be happy, $1 million, and that is, our consignor hopefully is happy too. That is paddle 636. Both very nice people. Lot 123 is next. Lot 123 is next. The Lauren Harris Athabasca Valley, the important Rocky Mountain Lauren Harris from 1924. And Harris really got his stride in the Rockies, and then he went on to the most pinnacle of his career is really the Rockies, well, Lake Superior, Rockies, and Arctic. So this is prime Rocky Mountain Lauren Harris. And with that in mind, I have $130,000 a bid in this lot at $130,000 now. Any advance at $130,000? $140 online, $150 ahead of you. $150 ahead of you at $150,000. The bid is back here with me at $150,000. I saw your online bid. The bid is with me at $150,000. $160 in the room. At $160, ladies bid in the room at $160,000. In the room at $160,000. Ladies bid in the room at $160,000. Would you like to come back in online? At $170,000 with Thibault. At $170,000 with Thibault. With Thibault at $170. $180. Ladies bid in the room, $180. Ladies bid at $180. $190 with Thibault. $190 with Thibault now. $190 with Thibault. $190. $200,000. $200,000. Ladies bid at $200,000. $200,000 now at $210,000 online. At $210,000 online. Thank you, Clara. At $210,000, the online bidder is back in at $210,000. At $210,000 to the online bidder at $210,000. Thibault says he's out. $220 in the room. $220 in the room now. Ladies bid at $220. In the room at $220,000 now. Ladies bid at $220,000. Thibault said he's out, but let's ask him. Are you sure, Thibault? Would you like to go $230,000? At $220,000. Thibault says he's out. I don't know if the online bidder, I think he's out at $220,000. I think you have it. Ladies bid in the room at $220,000. Fair warning, last time. It's your bid. Sold, $220,000. Thank you so much. Ladies bid at $220,000. What was the paddle number again? Sorry, your paddle number again? 98, or 58. 58. Thank you so much. Fine. Well done. Well done. Excellent purchase. Lot number 124 is next. Lot 124 is next. The LaCloche Hill Franklin Carmichael from circa 1930. And I have, for those of you that missed out on the other Carmichael, and I have $35,000 a bid on this lot at $37,500 now. At $37,500. Any advance now? At $40,000. Several bids online. $42,500 ahead of you, both online. At $45,000 online. At $45,000 online now at $45,000. $47,500. I took the online $50,000 with Thibault. $50,000 with Thibault now at $50,000. $50,000 with Thibault at $50,000. $55,000 online. $55,000 online now. At $55,000 online now at $55,000 Thibault. At $55,000 to the online bidder at $55,000. $60,000 with Thibault. At $60,000 now with Thibault at $60,000. With Thibault at $60,000. Thibault's telephone bidder at $60,000. It's your turn now online at $60,000, and I can sell at $60,000. Thibault's telephone bidder at $60,000 last time. Yours, Thibault, $60,000. Thibault was, do I know Thibault's? 626, $60,000. Thumbs up. Thank you, Thibault. Oh, thumbs up, good. Lot 125 is next. Lot 125 is next. The 1931 J.H. McDonald Field and Sky Thornhill. And I have outside interest on this lot as well, but they can start at $27,500 a bid in this lot. $30,000 now to the order. At $30,000 now to the order. $32,500. $35,000 back with me. $37,500. $40,000 back with me. $40,000 with me. $42,500, and my absentee bidder is out at $42,500, and my absentee bidder is out at $42,500, and I can sell at $42,500 last time. Sold, $42,500. 466. 466, 42,500. 466? Oh, wait. No, 42.5. His order was 40. I sold it in the room. It sold above 42.5. 42.5. He outbid the absentee. He outbid the absentee. Here we go. That's right. Lot 126 is next. Lot 126. Lot 126 is next. The 1927 Skeena River masterpiece by A.Y. Jackson from the famous trip that they took up the Skeena River in the 1927 painting, that they took up the Skeena in 26 with Marius Barbeau and Edwin Holgate, a super important trip that they went on, and this painting's widely documented and exhibited, one of the most important A.Y. Jacksons to come to market, and again, it's a watershed moment. It's an honor to bring this painting to market. And I have $700,000 a bid in this lot. At $725 now. At $725,000 now. Any advance? At $725. At $725,000, I think everybody's waiting. $750 with Ainsley. $775,000 ahead of you, Ainsley, at $775,000. $800,000 online. At $800,000 online now. At $800,000. To the online bidder at $800,000. To the online bidder at $800,000. Not yours, Ainsley. Ahead of you at $800,000. To the online bidder at $800,000. At $800,000. The bid is online at $800,000. It's new online bidder $825. Thank you, David. Ahead of you, Ainsley. $825 online at $825,000 online at $850 with Ainsley. At $850,000 with Ainsley at $850,000. Ainsley's telephone bidder at $850,000. At $850,000 with Ainsley, $875 online. The bid is right here online at $875. $875 online now at $875. At $875, would you like to go $900, Ainsley? At $875 to the online, $900,000 with Ainsley. $900,000 with Ainsley now at $900,000. At $900,000. $900,000 with Ainsley at $900,000. At $900,000, Ainsley's telephone bidder at $900,000. Would you like to come back in, online bidder? At $900,000. The bid is right here on the telephone with Ainsley at $900,000. At $900,000, Ainsley's telephone bidder at $900,000. Are we all through? At $900,000. Anybody else in the room like to join in? At $900,000, Ainsley's telephone bidder at $900,000. Not yours in the digital sale room. I saw two bids come in online as well at $900,000, and I can sell at $900,000 last time. Fair warning, $900,000. Sold, $900,000. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to announce that's a new record for A.Y. Jackson at auction. It beats the record. That's a new record for A.Y. Jackson. That deserves applause. He joined the $1 Million Club. That's right. He now joins. Right. So that's right. Jackson finally deservedly so joined the $1 Million Club. Lot number 127 is next, the Arthur Lismer, lot 127, the 1933 Arthur Lismer. And I have $20,000 a bid in this lot, $22,500 now. At $22,000, $25,000 online. $25,000 online now at $25,000. 27,500 with Kirby. At 27,500 with Kirby now at 27,500. 30,000 online. 30,000 online now, Kirby. 32,500 with Kirby. At 32,500 with Kirby at 32,500. With Kirby at 32,500. With Kirby at 32,500. Not yours online. 35,000 with Anthony. I took the phone bidder first. 35,000, I see the online bidder. 37,500 with Kirby. At 37,000, 40,000 online. 40, ahead of you both on the telephone. 40,000 online now. 42,500 with Kirby. 42,500 on the telephone with Kirby at 42,500. 45,000 online. 45,000 online, you can see it coming in. That's 4,653,000 yen. 45,000 Canadian at 45,000. Online at 45,000. Are you bidding, Kirby? Kirby says she's out. I think you have it online. Anthony says he's out at $45,000, and I can sell to the online bidder at $45,000 last time. Tibo, are you bidding? 45,000. Sold, 45,000. Paddle 1, 2, 6, 9. Lot number 128 is next. Lot 120 is next. The J.H. MacDonald, the circa 1920 J.H. MacDonald, Algoma. Last leaves Algoma, and I have $20,000 a bid in this lot. 22,500 at 22,500, 25,000, 27,500 now. To the order at $27,500. At 27,500, and I can sell to my absentee bidder at 27,500. Are we all through? At 27,500. Down it goes at $27,500 last time. My bidder at 27,500. Sold 27,500. Paddle 636. Lot 129 is next. Lot 129 is next. The Lake Superior Lauren Harris. The Lake Superior Lauren Harris showing here up on the screens. The Lake Superior Lauren Harris. And I have outside interest this lot, although I can start at 220, 230, 240, 250, 260, 260, $260,000 a bid in this lot. At 260,000 now. Any advance now at 260,000? 270, 280 back with me. At $280,000 back with me at 280,000. At $280,000, the bid is right here with me at $280,000 now, and I can sell at $280,000. The bid is with me at $280,000. My absentee bidder at $280,000 last time. Down it goes, $280,000 last time. Sold, $280,000. That is a good deal. Well, fine painting, fine price. Fine, good for everybody. 636. I was repeating what he said in the front. Lot 130 is next. Lot 130 is next. Lot 130 is next. The incredible 1915 Tom Thompson. The incredible 1915 Tom Thompson. This was a showstopper in our preview. Everybody loved the sky and the blue in the background. Again, from his mature period, that Tom Thompson, we're delighted to bring this painting to market. And I have $700,000 a bid in this lot at $700,000 now. Any advance? At $700,000. The bid is right here with me at $700,000 now. $725, $750 back with me at $750,000 now. With me at $750,000. The bid is right here with me at $750,000 now. At $750,000 now. Are we all through? At $750,000 now. And I can sell at $750,000. $775,000. $800 back with me. $800 back with me. At $800 back with me. At $800,000. Not yours, back of the room. At $800,000 back with me. They're talking about it at $800,000. The bid is right here with me at $800,000. at $800,000. The bid is right here with me. My commission absentee bid at $800,000. Are you bidding, sir? Would you like to go $825,000? I think they're texting somebody about it. $800,000. At $800,000, they're checking at $800,000. The bid is right here with me at $800,000, and I can sell. Give me a sign one way or the other at $800,000. 825, 850 back with me. That's a pretty good sign if you lift up the paddle. 850,000 back with me. Not yours yet, sir. 850,000 back with me at 850,000. He's thinking about it. 850,000 with me at $850,000. With me at $850,000. The bid is right here in the books at $850,000. They're shaking their head. They're both shaking their head now, and I think you have it, absentee bidder, at $850,000. Fair warning, the hammer is up. $850,000 last time. Sold, $850,000. And that is paddle 6. You guys know the paddle. You guys know the paddle, yeah. Lot number 131 is next. Lot 131 is next. The colorful Algoma Lauren Harris. The colorful Algoma Lauren Harris. And I have $100,000 a bid on this lot at $100,000 now. Any advance at $100,000? $110 now, ahead of you. Not online. It's with me at $110, not online. $120. $120 online now. At $120 online, at $120. Several online bids came in. Where's the bid in the room? $130. $130 online. $130 online now. $130 online at $130. $140 with Rochelle. $140 with Rochelle. $150 online. $150 online. $150 online now. $150 online at $150. $160. $160 online at $160. $160 online. Are you bidding, Rochelle? Rochelle says she's out at $160,000 to the online bidder at $160,000, and I can sell at $160,000 last time. Selling now $160,000. Well, there were several online bids. $170 online. $170 online now. Actually, 2 online bids came at the same time, but the one that came in first. So there's actually 3 or 4 online bidders. $170 online. At $170 online now at $170. At $170,000 online at $170. Yeah, $180,000 online. At $180,000 online. The other online bidders back in at $180,000. At $180,000 online at $180,000. $190 online. $190 online. At $190, this is an online auction bidding war. Live auction with online auction bidding war. $190 online, $200 online. $200 online now. At $200 online. At $200 online. In the old days, these guys would be on the telephone, and now they're bidding online. At $200,000 online, $210. $210 online. The other online bidders back in at $210,000 online. At $210,000 online now at $210,000. At $210,000. At $210,000 online at $210,000 now. Online at $210,000. Online at $210,000. Online at $210,000. That's paddle 1552. The hammer is up. I am selling $210,000 last time. 210, paddle 1552. Lot 132 is next, the magnificent Canoe Lake Algonquin Park Tom Thompson from circa 1914. For those of you that missed out on the other Thompsons, the wonderful Tom Thompson of Canoe Lake. And I have $625,000 a bid in this lot at $625,000 now. Any advance at $625,000? At $600, $650, $675, $675 ahead of you online. At $675, I saw your bid online. At $675 ahead of you online at $675. $700 online, $725 ahead of you online. $725 ahead of the online bidder at $725. at $725, ahead of the online bidder at $725. Ahead of you online, it's your turn now at $725,000. The bid is here with me at $725,000. I saw your online bid, but it's not yours yet. $750,000 with Thibault at $750,000 with Thibault. Thank you so much, Thibault. At $750,000 with Thibault at $750,000, and not yours in the digital sell room at Heffel.com at $750,000 with Thibault at $750,000, and I am selling to Thibault's telephone bidder last time. $775. $775 Thibault. $775 Thibault. Paddle 99. $775. Oh, Thibault says he's out. Thibault, would you like to go $800? $775. Gentleman seated back of the room at $775, and I can sell. You sure now, Thibault? At $775,000 last time. Thibault's asking me to wait at $775,000 for the Thompson. Thibault's asking me to wait. He's thinking about it. He's having a very serious phone conversation with his phone bidder. At $775, gentleman seated at $775, $800,000 with Thibault. Pay attention, sir. $800,000 with Thibault. $800,000 with Thibault. $800,000 with Thibault. $825. He's back in. $825. $850, shall we, Thibault? $825. Gentlemen seated back of the room at $825. At $825,000 now. Gentlemen seated. Paddle 99 at $825,000. $850,000 with Thibault. $850 with Thibault now at $850. $850 with Thibault. Would you like to go $875, sir? He's not giving me much of a signal, is he? $850,000 with Thibault at $850,000. I am selling at $850,000. $875. $875. Gentleman's bid at $875. $875. Next bid's $9. Thibault says he's out at $875. You sure now, Thibault? At $875,000. I am selling last time. Yours, sir. $875, paddle 99. Fine painting, fine Thompson, fine price. Lot number 130 is next. Lot number 130 is next. The wonderful Emily Carr women knitting, the fauve Emily Carr from 1911. And I have $100,000 to bid on this, 110, 120 now. At $120,000 now. Any advance now? At $120,000 now. At $120,000, 130, 140 ahead of you online. 140 ahead of you online at 140. Ahead of the online bidder at $140,000 now. 150, the online bidder is back in at $150,000 now. The online bidder is back in at $150,000, and I can sell at $150,000. Fair warning, the bid is right here online at $150,000. Ahead of you all in the room at $150,000 last time. Sold $150,000. Paddle 1269. $150,000. 1269. Lot number 134 is next. Lot 134. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Oh, you didn't see me. Lot 134 is next. The Emily Carr Cottage Saint-Efflam, the Brittany Fauve, the Fauve period Emily Carr from 1911. And I have $160,000 a bid in this lot at 160, 170 now, 180. At $180,000 now. Any advance at $180,000? At $180,000 now. At $180,000, are we all through? At $180,000. At $180,000. Any more now at 180? At $180,000. 180, 190, 200 back with me. 200 back with me ahead of you all in the room at $200,000. Is there a bid at the back? At $200,000. The bid is right here with me at $200,000. Down it goes at $200,000. The hammer is up at $200,000 last time. Pass that lot, 200. Lot number 135 is next. The James Wilson Maurice, the wonderful James Wilson Maurice, showing here up on the screens. And another showstopper in the previews, and I have $75,000 a bid in this lot at $75,000 now. Any advance? 80 now at $80,000. Any advance now at $80,000? At $80,000 for the James Wilson Maurice. At $80,000 now. At $80,000, are we all through? At $80,000. Down it goes at 85, 90 now. At $90,000 now. Any more? At $90,000. Last time, your last chance in the room. The bid is right here with me at $90,000. $90,000. The bid's with me at $90,000 last time. 90,000. Pass. Lot number 136 is next. Lot 136 is next. The James Wilson Maurice, drying sheets on the beach, Dieppe. And I have phone interest in this lot, although I can start at $40,000 a bid in this lot. $42,500, $45,000 now. At $47,500 already. At $47,500 now. $50,000 online. $50,000 online at $50,000. $50,000 online now at $50,000. Online at $50,000. $55,000 with Lindsay. $55,000 with Lindsay now at $55,000. At $55,000 with Lindsay at $55,000. Lindsay's telephone bidder at $50,000, not yours online, at $55,000. Online at or in the room on the telephone at $55,000, not yours online. And I am selling to Lindsay's telephone bidder at $55,000 last time. Sold, Lindsay, $55,000. That's yours. $55,000, and Lindsay is 633. Lot 137 is next. The James Wilson Maurice, Concarneau. Lot 137, the 1910 James Wilson Maurice, and I have $20,000 a bid in this lot at $22,500 at $22,000 or $22,500 is bid on this lot at $22,500 now to the absentee bidder at $22,500, $27,500 now to the order at $27,500, to the order at $27,500, and I can sell to the absentee bidder at $27,500. Last time, your last chance, the bid is with me at $27,500 last time. Sold, $27,500. And that is paddle 505. Lot number 138 is next. Lot 138 is next. The on view here, the wonderful Cornelius Craigoff, the toll gate. The wonderful Craigoff showing here on the screens and here in the flesh. And again, it was a showstopper in the previews across the country, and it was an honor to preview it in all the previews. And I have, sorry, the toll gate. I'm not going to say the title of the toll gate. And I have $200,000 a bid in this lot at $200, $210, $220 now. At $220,000. Any advance now? At $220, $230, $240 already. At $240,000 already at $240,000. At $240,000. At $240,000. $250 in the room. $250 in the room now at $250. At $250, gentleman's bid at $250,000. At $250,000, gentleman seated at $250,000. The hammer is up at $260,000 online. $260,000 online, $270 in the room. $270 in the room now. $270 in the room. At $270,000 in the room, $280 online. $280 online. $290 in the room. $290 in the room now at $290. $300 online in the digital sale room at Heffel.com. At $300,000, $325. Thank you so much, sir. $325 now. Gentleman's bid seated at $325. The bid is right here in the room at $325,000. $350,000 online. He shakes his head in the room. $350,000 online at $350,000. There was another bid in the room at $350,000 now. To the online bidder at $350,000. Thank you so much, sir, for your bids. And I can sell to the online bidder at $350,000. The The hammer is up at $350,000. Fair warning, last time, $350,000. Sold, $350,000. Yeah, that deserves clapping, sure. 350, 121, 121, one of our favorite online bidders. Our favorite online bidder. One of our many favorite online bidders. Lot 138 is next. Lot 130 is next. 139 is next. Sorry, 139. We just sold 138. 139 is next. 139 is next. The Cornelius Craigoff. Gentlemen. We need to. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have to pause for another technical like we did before. Give us 3.5 minutes, maybe 4. Just had to tweak something technically on the mothership. Ladies and gentlemen, we're back. We're back up. Okay, pay attention. Thank you. It's like a charity auction with everybody talking. Ladies and gentlemen, we're back up. Lot 139 is next. Lot 139, the Cornelius Craigoff. Equally also a great painting, similar to the Tolgate. It's a very fine Craigoff, was a showstopper in the previews across the country. This used to be in the Peter and Joanne Brown collection. We sold that collection in 2016. And I have $50,000 a bid on this lot. 50, 55 now. At $55,000. Any advance now? At $60,000 online. $65,000 ahead of the online bidder at $65,000. Ahead of the online bidder at $65,000 now. Ahead of you, in the room, $70,000. Thank you so much, sir. In the room at $70,000. Gentleman's bid in the room at $70,000. Not yours in the digital sale room. $75,000 online. $80,000 in the room. $80,000 in the room now at $80,000. In the room at $80,000. Right up front at $80,000. Nice and clear. He's bidding up front. We could see him well. $80,000. At $80,000, and I can sell $85,000 online first. $85,000. I apologize. I took the online bidder at $85,000. $90,000 up front. 95,000. 95,000 back of the room. 100,000 up front. 110 back of the room. 120 up front. 120 up front. 120 up front. He shook his head, but she bid. 130,000. 130,000. 130,000. Ladies seated, 130,000. 140 up front. 140 up front. 140 up front at 140. Your turn now. 140 up front at 140. Still excellent value. It's only money. At $140,000. A piece of eternity. 140,000. I can sell. Gentleman's bid up front at 140,000. The hammer is up. Your last time at 140,000. I am selling 150,000. I think you have it. He shook his head. At 150,000. Ladies seated at $150,000. Thank you so much, sir, for your bids. At 150,000, I'm selling. Ladies bid at 150,000 last time. Thank you so much. 150,000. Congratulations. Paddle number is 007, right? Oh, that was Mrs. Bond. Mrs. Bond. The next James Bond, or the next Mrs. Bond, or whatever. Lot 140 is next. Thank you so much. Lot 140 is next. The El Dorado Radium Mine. The El Dorado Radium Mine, Frank Johnson, painted in 1939. Very historic painting. And I have $15,000, $16,000 to bid in this lot. 17,000, 18, 19 now. At $19,000. Any advance? 19? No, ahead of you at 19. Next bid's 20 at $19,000. It's not yours in the digital sale room. Next bid's 20 at $20,000. $20,000. I took the bid in the room first. Who's saying bidding? Oh, 22,500. 22,500 back of the room at 22,000. 25,000 in the ladies bid first. 27,500. 27,500 on the telephone. 30,000 in the room. 32,500 with Daniel. 32,500 with 35,000. 35,000. 37,500. I took Daniel's first. Would you like to go 40? $40,000, gentlemen. 42,500 on the telephone. 45,000. 47,500. 47,500 on the telephone at 47,500. 50,000 online. 50,000 online. Bids everywhere. 50,000 online. 55. Another new bidder. Several bidders on this. 55,000 up front. 55,000 up front. 60,000. 60,000 seated. Ladies bid at 60,000. $60,000 now. At $60,000. Ladies bid at $60,000. It's not yours, sir, and not yours, Daniel. At $60,000, and I can sell 65,000 online. Online, 70,000 seated. 70,000 seated. 70,000 seated. I like her bidding. Determined bidder. 70,000 in the room at 70,000. Not yours, Daniel. At 75,000 online. 80,000. 80,000 back in the room at 80,000. 80,000 in the room at 80,000. 80,000. Ladies bid at $80,000. At $80,000, and I can sell at $80,000. Ladies bid, seated center of the room at $80,000. The hammer is up. Not yours online. Daniel's asking me to wait. Daniel, we got to keep it moving here at $80,000. Ladies bid at $80,000. Daniel says he's out. I think you have it. 80,000. 85,000 online. 90,000. 90,000 in the room. 90,000 in the room. 90,000 ladies bid in the room, seated at 90,000, and I can sell at $90,000. Down it goes at $90,000 last time. The hammer is up. $90,000 last time. Yours, 90,000. Congratulations. I should remember that paddle by now, but that's okay. 405. Thank you so much. Well done. Fine purchase. Great purchase. Lot number 141 is next. The A.Y. Jackson, April and the Laurentians, the wonderful A.Y. Jackson. And I have $35,000 a bid in this lot at $35,000, $37,500, $40,000, $42,500 now. At $42,500 now. Any advance at $42,500, $45,000 online. Online ahead of you, Kirby at $45,000, $47,500 with Kirby. At $47,500 with Kirby at $47,500, $50,000 in the room first. $50,000 in the room first. $50,000, $55,000. $55,000 on the telephone. $55,000, not yours online. $60,000. I took the bidder in the room, $60,000. I took the bidder in the room at $65,000 with Kirby. $65,000 with Kirby now. That means she's out. $70,000 online. $70,000 online now at $70,000. Online at $70,000. Online at $70,000. Kirby says she's out. I think you have an online bidder, and you're out now too. She says she's out, very clear. At $70,000, I'm selling to the online bidder last time. Sold, $70,000. Paddle 1587. Lot number 142 is next. Lot number 142 is next, the A.Y. Jackson Moon Bay. And I have $30,000 a bid in this lot, $32,500 to the order. At $32,500 now. Any advance? At $32,500, $35,000, $37,500 back with me. At $37,500, $40,000, $42,500 back with me. $42,000, $45,000, $47,500 back with me. $47,500 back with me. $50,000, $55,000 to the absentee bidder at $55,000. At $55,000 now. Rochelle says she's out. My absentee bidder at $55,000, and I can sell at $55,000. Your last chance, Rochelle, and I'm selling to the absentee bidder at $55,000 last time. Sold, $55,000. And that is paddle 513. My handwriting is getting messier as we go along. I'm going to have to start writing cleaner, better. Lot 143 is next. Lot 143 is next. The circa 1936 Emily Carr, West Coast Forest Tree, the wonderful Emily Carr. And I have $150,000 a bid in this lot at $150,000 now. Any advance at $150,000? At $150,000, $160,000, $170,000 already. Ahead of you online at $170,000. I saw your online bids, but the bid's back here with me at $170,000. At $180,000 online, $190,000 back with me. $190,000 back with me now at $190,000. At $190,000 back with me at $190,000. Not yours yet. At $190,000. At $200,000 in the room. Sorry, I took the room first, online bidder. $200,000 in the room. $200,000 in the room at $200,000. In the room at $210,000. Another new bidder. $210,000 with Thibault. At $210,000 with Thibault at $210,000. At $210,000 with Thibault at $210,000. At $210,000. Thibault's telephone bidder at $210,000. I am selling at $210,000 last time. $220,000 online. The online bidder's back in, Thibault. $220,000 online, Thibault. $220,000 online. Thibault says he's out. $220,000 online, and I can sell to the online bidder at $220,000 last time. $220,000. Paddle 1611. Lot number 144 is next. Lot 144 is next. And it's the Albert H. Robinson Spring Cancuna, circa 1925, from a very important collection that was in Montreal, then Vancouver. And I have $20,000 a bid in this lot. $20,000 now. $22,500, $25,000, $27,500. Ahead of you in the room, in the digital sale room, $27,500. $30,000 with Melina. At $30,000 with Melina at $30,000, and I can sell at $30,000. Melina's telephone bidder at $30,000. I saw your online bid. $32,500 right at the back at $32,000. $35,000, middle of the room now at $35,000. Middle of the room at $35,000. Middle of the room at $35,000. Middle of the room, gentlemen seated at $35,000. Would you let you go 37.5? 37.5, right at the back. Glad I asked. 37.5, right at the back at 37.5. Right at the back at 37.5. They're thinking about it. 37.5. They're thinking about it. Right at the back at 37.5. 37.5. Gentleman's bid, seated, 37.5. Down it goes, last time, 37.5. Melina, are you bidding? Yours, sir, 37.5. 338. 338. 37.5. Thank you, Bo. Lot number 145 is next. The Gaspé Province of Quebec PQ. Gaspé Arthur Lismer. Lot 145 is next. The 1927 Arthur Lismer showing here up on the screens. And I have outside interest in this lot. I have $18,000, $19,000 a bid in this lot. $20,000, $22,500 in the room at $22,500. And my absentee bidder is out, $25,000 online. $25,000 online at $25,000. $27,500, another online bidder at $27,500. $30,000 online at $30,000 online now. At $30,000 online at $30,000. Would you let you go 32.5? He's up. 32.5. I took the online bidder first. I apologize. I saw him first. That's the one I saw at 32.5. Sorry about that. 32.5 to the online bidder at 32.5. I'll make it up to you. I'll take 35 next. 35, thank you. 35,000 in the room at 35,000. In the room at 35,000. In the room at $35,000. Not yours online. In the room, gentlemen's 37,500, sir. The bid's online now at 30,000 in the room. 40,000 in the room now at 40,000. 40,000 in the room now at 40,000. The bid is right here in the room at $40,000. Gentleman's bid seated at $40,000. Are we all through? At $40,000, and I can selling now at $40,000 in the room. Yours, sir, thank you so much. 40,000, 163. Congratulations. Well done. 163, thank you so much. Lot number 146. Yeah, they're cheering you on. Congratulations. Lot 146 is next. The wonderful 1966 A.J. Casson showing here up on the screens. And I have outside interest in this lot, although I can start at $50,000, $55,000, $60,000 has been in this lot. At 60, 65 now to the order. At 65, 70,000, 75 back with me. 75 back with me. My absentee bidder at 75, 80, 85 back with me. 85 back with me. 90, 95 back with me. 95 back with me. 95 back with me now. Online 100, 110 back with me. To the order 110,000. 120 and my absentee bid's out at 120,000 now. At 120,000 in the room at 120,000. At 130 online. 130 online now, 130. At 130, 140 online, another online bidder online. 140,000 now, online at 150 with Tebow. 150 with Tebow, 150. 150 with Tebow, 150. 150 with Tebow, 150. At 150,000, and I can sell at 160 online. 160 online now, 170 with Tebow. At 170 with Tebow now. At 170 with Tebow, 170. With Tebow at $170,000. The hammer is up at 170,000 last time. Down it goes at 170,000 last time. And that's Tebow's telephone bidder, 170,000. And Tebow's number is 626. Lot number 147 is next. Lot 147 is next. The Indian Village Lake Athabasca. A.Y. Jackson from circa 1957. And I have $15,000, $16,000 has been in this lot. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 now to the order. At $20,000 now to the order at $20,000. $22,500 online. And my absentee bidder is out at $22,500. Online at $22,500. Online at $22,500. $25,000, another online bidder at $25,000 to the online bidder at $25,000. $27,500 in the room. $27,500 in the room. $27,500. I almost said his name out loud. $27,500. At 27, that would have gone over real well. $27,500 in the room at $27,500. At $27,500, and I can sell at $27,500 last time. And that's paddle 163, 27,500, 163. Lot 148 is next. Lot 148 is next. The Marqueril de Foy Suzer-Cote, the wonderful signed and dated 1917 work, a work that was in the important exhibition Light and Matter at the National Gallery of Canada. And I have $50,000 a bid in this lot. 50, 55 now. At $55,000 now. Any advance now? At $55,000. Are we all through? At $55,000 now. At $55,000. Any more now? 60 online. 65,000 ahead of you online. At 65,000. The bid is back here with me at 65,000. The bid is back here with me at $65,000, not yours online, at $65,000 for the important Marqueril de Foy Suzer-Cote, at $65,000 ahead of you online, at $65,000. Would you like to come back in? At $65,000. Are we all through? At $65,000. It's not yours, paddle 1257. You can try one more at $70,000 is the next bid. At $65,000, fair warning, last time, $65,000 last time. Are you sure now online? $65,000. Is he coming back in? T-Boy, are you on the phone? $65,000 last time. Pass. No, that's the old one. No, it's not. No, it always does that. It's not. Lot 149 is next, the James Wilson Maurice. Lot 149, the James Wilson Maurice is next. This work is the basis for not one, but two canvases in the collection of the National Gallery of Canada. How often can you say that? From its very important final period. The James Wilson Maurice, a Bathing Cove, Trinidad. And I have $40,000 a bid in this lot, $42,500, $45,000, $47,500 now. At $47,500 now in advance, at $50,000 online. At $50,000 online now at $50,000. $50,000 online at $50,000. $55,000 with Lindsay. At $55,000 with Lindsay now at $55,000. With Lindsay at $55,000. $60,000 online. $60,000 online now at $60,000. Online, $65,000 with Lindsay. $65,000 with Lindsay. $65,000 with Lindsay. Lindsay's telephone bidder at $65,000. $70,000 online. $70,000 online at $70,000. $75,000 with Lindsay. $75,000 with Lindsay now at $75,000. $75,000, it's not yours online. $75,000 with Lindsay on the telephone. With Lindsay at $75,000. With Lindsay at $75,000, and that's only $54,000 US. $75,000 with Lindsay at $75,000, and I can sell. Last time, $75,000 last time. Yours, Lindsay, $75,000. Paddle 633. Lot number 150 is next, the 1934 David Milne, that wonderful David Milne canvas from 1934, and I have $40,000 a bid in this lot, at $40,000 now in advance, $42,500. At $42,500 now in advance, at $42,500. At $42,500 now. At $42,500, is there an online bid would like to come in? At $42,000, $45,000 online. $47,500 ahead of you online. At $47,500, ahead of the online bidder at $47,500. Ahead of the online bidder at 47,500. Ahead of the online bidder at 47,500. 50,000 online. 50,000 online, and I can sell to the online bidder at $50,000. The hammer is up. I'm selling to the online bidder at $50,000 last time. Sold 50,000 to the online bidder. 1269. Ladies and gentlemen, lot 151 is next. 151, the last lot of this evening, the 1933 David Milne, and I've got outside interest on this lot. I have $42,500 a bid in this lot, 45,000, 47,500, 50,000, 55,000 back to the order. At 55,000 to the order at $55,000. The bid is right here with me at $55,000. The bid is with me at $55,000, and I can sell at $55,000. Not yours in the digital sale room, and I am selling at $55,000 last time. Down it goes, 55,000. Sold 55,000 to the absentee bidder. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the sale. Thank you so much for attending. That was a special auction. That was a watershed auction, and we do have an online auction, closes in another week, but let's savor the moment on this one. That was a great sale. Thank you so much. Thumbs up, elbows up. Turn my